See, that's as fast as I
Oh.
Don't.
Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the final meeting of City Council for 2019. Before I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, members will note there's an additional agenda item that Mr. Elegant that goes after Delegation 204, not 210. The last one before we consider the massage parlors. So I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilor Bresciani, seconder. Councilor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Bryce, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
That's good.
Sorry
Thank
I couldn't
you.
be there.
Okay. So we will start with our first report. And delegations advertised in public. Well, we'll start do the minutes, I guess. Councilor Hawkins moves the minutes. Seconder for that? Any errors or omissions? All those in favor?
In
Opposed? Carried. So our first delegation is Jane Gattinger.
I don't think she's here yet.
Okay. So we will hold that position, and we'll go on to Ed Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I know you've been here a few times before, but state your name for the record, please, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay. My name is Ed Smith. I'm representing myself. Your Worship, the Mayor and City Councilors, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the zoning bylaws for body rub parlors in Regina. The decision to allow body rub parlors to continue to operate in Regina was made by the narrowest of margins. I respect the democratic process, but now we are faced with the question of how to mitigate the harm that is being done by these establishments. Harm to the women selling sexual services, harm to the men who can anonymously purchase those services, and harm to the city's families, neighborhoods, and legitimate businesses. We are considering a recommendation to restrict body rub parlors to the IL and IH industrial zones. This is certainly better than the existing situation where body rub parlors have been allowed to operate with impunity despite being in contravention of existing zoning bylaws covering adult entertainment establishments. In addition to being restricted to IL and IH zones, there must be discretion applied within those zones as to where a body rub parlor will be allowed to operate. There are warehouses that have been converted into condos. There are establishments such as dance schools, gyms, churches, also existing within these industrial zones, which are used by families with children. The suggested separation distance of 1 city block between a body rub parlor and these sensitive properties is not sufficient, in my opinion. I would suggest that this distance be doubled to 2 city blocks. A similar buffer distance is also needed around the outside boundaries of the industrial zone to prevent a body rub parlor from being just across the street from a school, playground, daycare, or other sensitive establishment. The width of a city street is not sufficient to protect these types of properties from a body rub parlor just across the street in an IL or IH zone. At this point, we are considering how we can mitigate harm using zoning regulations. Even with rigorous enforcement of zoning, there will be harm to the providers and buyers of the sexual services being offered by the body rub parlors. Establishing zoning regulations for body rub parlors in our city is only the beginning. Just moving an establishment to try and reduce the harm done to its neighbors does nothing to mitigate the harm happening inside its walls. Next, we will need to develop strong regulations that focus on what goes on inside the body rub parlors. These will need to be regulations that can be strictly enforced. Let's show the people of Regina that we care more about the safety and well-being of our citizens than the profits of the owners and operators of the body rub parlors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And there are questions. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your advocacy for through this whole process. You've often talked about working with losing your daughter, that you've kind of taken an advocate role, working with the Johns. And I've done more reading, and the question I have for you is, if we're looking at the addiction, of sex addiction, what have you found with working with these Johns? Is it, how do we, that's the next step. Looking at the root, we've talked around this table about working with the root. How can we do more through the chair?
Okay, through the chair, I really think we need to educate men. Sometimes I feel ashamed of being a man when I see men taking advantage of women. And it happens far too often. And what I've seen in the John schools, that over 200 times I've told my story in the John schools, but I've seen men talk about the spiral that they get caught in. And maybe start with pornography, then it can go to something that's seen as innocuous, like a body rub parlor, and next thing you know, there's a, that doesn't satisfy anymore, so there's a progression, and it ends up many men experiencing being charged with sexual assault and having their names on sexual offender registries. And so psychologists that work with the men in the John schools talk about this spiral of addiction. And the sooner there can be an interruption in that spiral, the more effective it will be. And so, that's the one side of the story, is the men. But the other side are the women there are also women who come and speak at the John schools who were former sex workers. And just to hear the destruction that has happened in their lives, destruction of relationships with family, feeling just abandoned, and often words like, I feel like a piece of trash because of the past. So I'm committed to do all I can to help people understand the harm that is being done by sex establishments, whether it from pornography right through the gamut. And so that's really my motivation, is to try and reduce harm to our citizens.
Thank you. Through the chair, so in discussions and hearing from these men, we've talked about helping these men who are addicted to sex or women, but also the harm reduction to the women in the trade. But what about the wives and the children that are affected by these husbands or boyfriends? Is there any effect on the family that you've heard through your experience, through the chair?
I wish every one of you on the council here, there is a wife who presents her story at the John schools. And she talks about what it has done to her as a woman, as a wife, as a mother, and how it has destroyed the relationship that was at one time a relationship of trust that has been destroyed because of her husband's actions. And so it's very damaging to families.
And the last question through the chair, did any of these individuals that you've worked with or interviewed, did they ever talk about that these massage parlors or body rubs are kind of everywhere, so they're accessible, and it made it easier? Was there any talk about that at all? That it's very easy to get to find one, through the chair.
My response to that is that often the John schools are men that have been caught in a sting operation, which are not conducted in massage parlors per se. Okay. And I really don't have details about specific use of massage parlors. No.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bajani. There are no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Devon Hill. Mr. Hill, I know you're familiar with the process. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Devon Hill. I'm with Freedom Catalyst Regina. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'd like to address 7 different points this evening. Point number 1 is MAC versus industrial zoning. Thank you for voting in November for the amendment that body rub parlors should only be allowed in the industrial zones. I hope this gets final approval today. I'm obviously not in favor of having them in the city at all, but since that was voted against, I believe this is the next best option. I believe, along with many others in Regina, that there are significant problems with zoning parlors and max zones, including safety ones for workers. When parlors are normalized in areas where everybody is, more people attend, creating significantly more safety problems for even more girls. I did some research on how parlors are zoned in other Canadian cities. I found 7 zoned in commercial, 5 zoned in industrial, including Saskatoon. 4 outright restrict them, and 3 have such stringent zoning restrictions that they basically are not allowed to operate either. In other words, 63% either restrict them completely or are in industrial zones. So this is not uncommon, and it appears to be the majority. Max zones includes areas such as Rochdale, Albert South Downtown, Albert Street South, Broad Street Downtown, other downtown pockets, some of Vic, some of Park Street, all of Quants and surrounding area, some areas on Chuka, and small pockets literally all across the city. Do we really want parlors to potentially operate all across Regina? I don't think that would be desired by the citizens of Regina at all. Topic 2 is discretionary versus permitted use. Thank you again for voting at the last meeting for discretionary use. I think that is the wise option. While discretionary use might create more administrative work, I believe that due to the very sensitive topic, it's prudent to have due diligence. Body rub parlors have the potential, and I'll make it clear it's potential. They don't all necessarily have this, but they have the potential for human trafficking, criminal activity, organized crime, as well as affecting surrounding businesses and customers generally in a bad way. The community should have the best means possible to address these concerns on a case-by-case basis. The current adult entertainment zoning bylaw is also discretionary, and I believe it should stay that way. Topic 3, separation distances from residential zones and homes. As we've heard many times before, there is significant concern from residents not wanting parlors near residential homes or zones. However, this zoning bylaw amendment does not have any separation distance implemented. The 9250 zoning bylaw does restrict parlors from being within 183 meters of both residential zones and homes, and I believe this needs to stay intact. When reviewing Regina's zoning map, there are many areas where industrial zones border directly on the residential zone. There needs to be a separation distance, or else residents could still have a parlor as their neighbor. Saskatoon does this. They have a 160-meter restriction. Hamilton, Colchester, and Richmond Hill all have 500-meter restrictions from residential zones. Estevan has a 1,000-meter restriction from schools and parks, which pushes them very far from residential zones. Topic 4, separation distances from churches and gymnastic centers. The current zoning bylaw restricts parlors from being 183 meters from churches. With this new bylaw amendment, this restriction is being removed since this is not in the cannabis zoning bylaw which it's modeled after. However, as of September 2017, churches were allowed to be zoned in industrial areas, and I'm aware of 2 in the industrial zone, namely Regina Victory and Wellsprings Victory. Restrictions from being near churches is very common in other parlor bylaws across Canada. Please put this back in for Regina as well. Also, while it's not in the current zoning bylaw, as was discussed at the last November meeting, I think it's wise to enact separation distances from gymnastic centers as well, since they predominantly serve customers with children. There are 3 of these in the industrial I'm aware of, such as Queen City Gymnastics, Sky High Gymnastics, and Gymnastics Adventure. Topic 5, separation distances in general. Let's face it, we all know that a 1-block distance is still well within the daily sphere of use for things such as schools, parks, and churches, etc. Even during my community survey, people 1 block away were still complaining to me about the parlors around them. I would like to suggest a larger distance than 1 block.
Mr. Hill, you have 1 minute left in your time.
Thank you. Here are some examples of other cities' restrictions for review. Richmond Hill is 500 meters from various things. Toronto is 500 meters from various things like schools, churches, other parlors. Colchester is 500 meters from a large variety of things. Calgary is 300 meters from other parlors. Topic 6 is the industrial tuxedo zone. During the November 20th meeting, a question was asked if I, H, and IL are within the current industrial zone, and the answer was generally yes. However, one area worth discussing is the industrial tuxedo zone. Instead of being zoned as IA, IB, or IC, it's currently zoned with its own label IT. In Chapter 5 of the current bylaw, body rub parlors are not allowed to operate in IT. However, with the new zoning changes, IT is being changed to the more common IL. So please continue to restrict body rub parlors from being able to operate in the industrial tuxedo zone. And the last topic shortly is zoning of other adult entertainment services. The current adult entertainment zoning bylaw includes other things besides body rub
Mr.
parlors.
Hill, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry. We have a copy of your presentation if you've read that, but maybe there's questions I can amplify this for you, but I have to stop you. I apologize. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Hill, if you just want to wrap up, that would be great. Is there anything else you want to add?
The last topic was just that there's other stuff that's within the current adult entertainment bylaw. And so I'm wondering / curious if that is also going to be implemented in these new zoning changes as well.
Great. Thank you. I do have a question. You've talked about, again, thank you for the advocacy and the work that you, and the research that you've done. You talked about the different zones, but also the separation distances. What are you recommending in regarding, you've given us some examples, but in all of the research you've done, what are your thoughts on the actual buffer? Through the chair?
I mean, there is actually a wide variety of what other cities do. Some are 100 meters, 160, 183, 500, 1,000. But what I'm basically saying is that I think that we can safely say one block is still within the influence of churches and homes and all that stuff. So, I mean, I guess it's up to you guys to decide, but I just don't think one block is suitable.
Thank you. And through the chair, so you indicated residential, and some people may say, well, there's not really a lot of residential in industrial zones, but with the obvious where you can live upstairs and have a business downstairs, that's residential, and so that's what you were meaning through the chair?
I think, well, in the current zoning bylaw, it restricts it 183 meters from both residential zones and residential houses. So I think both of that should still be in place. There are zones, because I looked them up on the map, where IL and residential are right butted up against each other. So that could mean that it would still be one block away.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parshani. Councilor Flagel?
Thank you, and welcome back. One thing that I was wondering, Councilor Berchian just talked about owner-operator. So there's a parlor on 900 block McDonald Street in Eastview, but yet across the street is light industrial or industrial area, beside it is industrial, but behind it is a house, beside it is a house. Is that sort of where you're seeing it be, or do you want it to be like stuck in the warehouse somewhere? And
that's one example. That one that you're talking about is right on a residential block.
Right.
It's in a residential house, and the neighbor is a house.
But then directly across the street is an industrial mall.
Right.
Across the street is an auto body shop and a Kinsman Center, Kinsman Workshop. And but then beside it. So if you're saying, and if those people live in that house, what's your best alternative to have? Somebody wants to live. You're not going to have them live on Solomon Road in a warehouse district and with an apartment above, because then it becomes residential. So any of these owner-operator live-in places, would that not work for you? And how does that sit with you? I'm curious.
I mean, I can't speak for the way they operate, but I think the majority that would live on where they work is because it's based out of a house. If they are working in a normal commercial building, they probably don't live there, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
So if they are in the industrial area, they're likely not going to live there. But
Okay. Yeah. The other ones that kind of are curious for me, and I agree with you about getting away from schools and all that kind of stuff. I'm thinking of the two right on Victoria Avenue across from Thompson School. They're right close. So I get those. But you got one on 300 block Victoria Avenue. You got one on 200 block Victoria Avenue. That basically everything around them is other business.
well,
you have a question?
I'll say this. I've done a lot of
that was the
research
question. Yeah.
on the current zoning bylaw and where they all are and where they infringe on the current zoning bylaw.
Okay.
There are only two that do not infringe on the current zoning bylaw.
And which two are those?
That is the one on Broad, like around Dudney and 8th on Broad, and Angel Spa near, also on Broad.
On 7th Avenue. I know that.
Near
one.
the
I've seen
Valley
that,
Village.
Yeah, 7th and Broad. And then you said the other one is 8th and Albert Street?
No, 8th around Dudney and Broad.
Okay. So in your mind is the one on, I'm just going to pick this one because I see it, right by the Trades and Skills, actually. We're going to talk about that later, but there's one on 12 block Albert Street. Is that one okay?
Well, they infringe on being near residents because Albert Street has a block, residential zone right east and west of it.
Okay.
So that's how it's infringing on it, because they are within 1 block of a residential house.
Thanks. And one other question is, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that Tuxedo Park, you're saying you don't want them in there, or you do? I wasn't quite sure what you meant.
I'm saying that in the current zoning bylaw, they are restricted from operating there.
Right.
So it was brought up, the question was brought up in the last meeting, is this new IL and IH designation the same as the old industrial areas? And it was said generally yes. However, that's not the case, because IT is now being lumped into IL. And so it was restricted in IT before, but now they're all kind of being lumped into IL and IH.
Okay, and you don't want them in Tuxedo?
I'm saying that it's restricted now, so
Okay.
let's keep that.
Good. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Thank you for your presentation. You can return to the gallery. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
We'll go back to the top of our list here for Jane Gattinger. Ms. Gattinger, welcome to City Council. I know you've been here before. If you could state your name for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and City Councillors. Your stated intention in allowing body rub establishments was to reduce harms for our local street sex trade workers, but it is not our local sex trade workers that are employed in almost all of these venues. It is almost exclusively additional imported Asian victims. As for reducing harms, the strongest evidence from the unanimous statements of ex-body rub workers themselves say that body rub establishments do not reduce harm. These harms are primarily from customers, irrespective of the venue or location, and regardless of panic buttons or bodyguards who are known not to respond. Common sense reveals that each body rub establishment that's allowed to operate in our city brings more trafficked workers, which means more assaults at the hands of the predators they unwillingly attract. While the intention of reducing harm to sex trade workers was noble, it is clear that this goal will never be accomplished or realized in any body rub establishment. So who actually benefits? Arguably the owners. While the customers or predators may believe they benefit with increased safety, they too are not immune from our high levels of local STIs, and body rub establishments in other locations are known for blackmail. Will we be immune? Let's look at the harms placed upon the rest of our citizens in or near residential zones. How would we as a city compensate the following people in residential zones if they were allowed in or close to these zones, as is proposed in the new suggestion? All of the sensitive locations, such as daycares in close proximity that would not be able to open or operate, and the wait lists that could not be accommodated. Parents who must brave cold winters with infant or toddler in tow in order to escort their young past a body rub establishment to and from school 4 times per day. Homeowners who now feel compelled to move out of the area and the costs they must incur. Children disrupted and having to change schools. Those who work hard or who took a hard and instant hit on the value of their homes, land, rental rates, or vacancies in the area as a whole, and especially for those within a block or 2 of the establishment. Those who are no longer enjoying family barbecues or entertaining in their backyards as they used to. Children who no longer travel on foot without an escort, even a few blocks to a friend's house. Children who longingly look out their windows, remembering when they used to be allowed to play in their fenced yards unsupervised. Those whose stress or mental health takes a hit as a result. Vulnerable preteens or teens that used to be able to walk more freely to sports, lessons, clubs, or even just walking close to home during daylight hours. And it will be absolutely impossible to adequately compensate the parents of a young teen who falls prey to one of these establishments' predatory customers, or the teen who falls victim to working in the body rub establishment itself. SEPTED strives to reduce crime and instill pride in our neighborhoods through environmental design, but the presence of body rub establishments clearly does not increase pride or safety, but rather the opposite, with each transaction involving a criminal activity. Surrounding neighbors report additional harms. While concerns over the harms of marginalized and victimized sex trade workers is valid, We are mistaken if we trust that body rub establishment owners or operators will reduce those harms. I believe they will in fact increase, and if we do find a way to truly reduce the harms for sex trade workers, it cannot ever be provided at the expense of harming other Regina citizens in the process, as we've now heard is the case. I am most grateful that you are not recommending that these be placed in residential areas.
Ms. Gadd, you have 1 minute to go in your time.
Regardless of where they are placed, body rub establishments will bring concerning harms, with the greatest of these arising in close proximity to residential areas, and while still concerning, the lowest risks being in your industrial heavy or IH. There are numerous other strategies that can be employed to mitigate risks, and while I still request that we disallow body rub parlors altogether, wherever they are allowed, and as time passes, we will continue to learn of additional concerns and harms, and we need to have that discretionary clause secured at this point. God help us, both you and future leaders' hands would be tied when facing a predatory owner or operator application. Please do not hand over yours and our future leaders' discretionary power to deny significant known harms, and please protect our community. And thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And other questions from members of council? Councillor Flagel.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Just regarding the locations of where this new bylaw could take these people. Move them away from the schools, move them away from the churches, like I'll speak for myself, I agree with. Are you feeling better when you hear from the police, administration, other groups, community associations, that going to a dark industrial area is not a better place? We could maybe do better. What's your thought on something like that?
As I had mentioned in this presentation, I am concerned about the harms to sex trade workers, as well as you, and I think that's a very valid concern. However, I believe that almost all of the assaults happen behind closed doors within those venues, and they wouldn't be witnessed by neighbors anyway. And I think a number of the neighbors that do witness, as is witnessed by police, especially in this type of industry, a lot of people don't want to report out of fear for potential repercussions. I think what could mitigate that concern would be strategically placed video cameras run by the city outside of those venues. You wouldn't miss anything that goes on. Offenders don't like to be caught, and cameras don't lie. So that would be one of the things that I would suggest. Potentially the owners of these establishments could be responsible for providing some of the lighting that's needed. I think one of the concerns that was expressed was that the areas are a little bit darker. I think that's a fairly easy solution to take care of. I mean, there are a number of other ideas I can go through. I have a list here I will leave of other strategies that would provide some protections and security measures without putting that burden and harm on the rest of the Regina residents. I think we need protection, but not at the expense of someone else.
Thank you. The one other thing is about owner occupancy. And I'm assuming it's fairly typical that, if I look at some of the houses on Victoria Avenue, chances are they're living in there and working. And if you move them out to an industrial area, they may do the same thing. Is that what happens in your world?
Well, is that something that needs to be approved? Do we need to approve that they live in the same place that they're working? Why would that be a requirement? And in fact, if you look at anti-trafficking advocacy groups across the globe, the largest red flag for human trafficking is that they both live and work at the same address.
Sure.
So my recommendation would be that it would be in the industrial zone. They go back at the end of the day to live in their own home somewhere else.
Sure. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks.
Flagel. Thank you very much for answering the question. You return to the gallery, and we'll move on to
Thank you so much.
our next delegation, Shayna Stock. Welcome to City Council, Ms. Stock. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Shayna Stock. You know me as the Executive Director of the Heritage Community Association, but I'm here tonight on behalf of a group of 3 body rub parlor owners who did not want to be publicly identified, but whose names and contact information you all now have. We are a delegation of massage parlor owners in Regina. For privacy reasons, we have asked Shayna Stock to represent us here today. However, we are open to meeting with City Council members privately to answer any questions they may have. We are here to ask Council not to change the bylaw to restrict parlors to industrial zones only. We are also asking that you make parlors permitted use and not discretionary use. We are instead asking Council to agree with the recommendations of City Administration and City Police and allow massage parlors to be opened in MAC zones. There's been a lot of speculation about the owners of these parlors. We would like to clarify a few matters. All parlors, as far as we know, are owner-operated. That is certainly the case for those represented by this delegation. The owners are the workers. There's only 1 or at most 2 ladies working in each parlor. These are not like the big spas you see in Edmonton or Vancouver where 10 to 12 ladies may be working. We are not human traffickers. We are not exploiting workers. We are not members of organized crime. We are not victims. We are not pimping underage, vulnerable, desperate, drugged-up girls. We are not the scum of the earth. To hear these accusations from some presenters and echoed by some city councillors is hurtful, simply wrong, borders on slander, and reeks of prejudice. We are Canadian citizens, or we are permanent residents. We have all chosen to open parlors in Regina. Nobody has forced or manipulated us to be here. We have families, parents, and children to support. We are not young, immature, vulnerable girls. We are mature, independent ladies, mostly in our 40s. We are strong, we are hardworking, and we wish to cause no problems for the city of Regina. A few words on our guests. 99% treat us with respect. Most are just lonely and wanting some companionship. They are your friends, your fathers, your grandfathers, your brothers, your uncles, your husbands, your sons, and your nephews. We understand this goes against the public perception. We have 10 years of experience and around 130,000 visits in the last 5 years as evidence to the contrary. We are against the proposal to ban parlors on major corridors for 3 main reasons. The first is the safety issue. Traffic, lighting, and police presence are significantly less in the industrial zones as opposed to major corridors. There was much discussion on this issue in the workshops, and general consensus was that ghettoizing parlors and the people that work in them was a bad idea. In many locations, they would be the only business open in the evenings. There is often no public transportation, and many of the ladies do not have vehicles. There's been much talk in council about concern for worker safety. This proposal seems to say that all that talk was meaningless. The second reason is the cost to us. The proposal is basically a theft. It robs us of our investments, of our savings, and of our future earning potential. We estimate that the combined loss in value of closing an existing parlor and opening a new parlor could average $40,000 a parlor. Maybe for higher income council members that is not a lot of money, but for us it is. The third reason is the unintended consequences. At any given time, based on advertisements, we estimate there are 40 to 50 women working from houses, apartments, Airbnbs, and hotels in Regina. The houses, apartments, and Airbnbs are in residential areas. If you put onerous restrictions on parlors, many ladies will be forced to follow that path and go underground. You would get more, not less, ladies working in unlicensed locations in residential areas. No regulations, less safe for ladies and guests, more opportunities for bad things to occur. In other cities, almost all the crime and violence against ladies occurs in unlicensed residential establishments, not licensed parlors. Thank you. The proposal to make licensing of parlors discretionary is clearly an attempt to make the process overly difficult and intimidating, especially to those owners whose first language is not English. City staff and city police are fully capable of doing background checks and ensuring owners are acceptable. Requiring council approval of each parlor is unnecessary and a waste of your time. The process would invite more of the same baseless accusations that have dominated the current debate over licensing. At the very least, existing parlor owners should be granted an exception. It appears that most of the complaints are about a few parlors that have opened in residential only areas. We are opposed to this too and agree they should be forced to move. There also seems to be some complaints about signage and blinking lights. While we could argue that none of our existing signage is risque, depicts nudity, or is offensive in any other way, this issue can easily be dealt with by common sense regulation as part of a comprehensive licensing program. In summary, we could find many things in Regina that might offend us.
Sorry, your time is up. Apologize
Okay.
for that. There may be questions. In fact, I know there are questions. Councillor Bryce has a question for you. Councillor Bryce?
Thanks, Bud. Thank you very much. I do have a question. So do you represent the owners or the workers?
In the case of these three businesses that I'm representing, the owners are the workers. There's one owner per each business, and they are also the worker that works at that business.
Okay. So we heard from City Police and our administration that there are workers out there who want licensing for their safety, so there's regulations in place to make them feel safe, but you're saying, and we've already made that decision, obviously, but you're saying that that's not the case? You're saying that all of that research was wrong?
No, I think what the delegation is saying is that they are fine with licensing. They said in their presentation that they are fine with the recommendations that were made by city administration originally. Their concern is with the isolation to industrial zones. So these three businesses are all located in the MAC zone along Victoria Avenue east of Winnipeg. And it's a commercial zone. They're surrounded by other businesses. What they don't want is to have to relocate to industrial areas.
Okay, thank you. They also made the comment that it would be fine for high income or earners like council members. So where did they get that data from?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. I do know that there are small business owners who, I think their point was that $40,000 to move would be more than they could handle as small business owners who are also first generation immigrants.
Thank you. And you're aware that $40,000 is a lot of money to council as well?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Through the chair, you finished mid-sentence at the end. Could you finish what you have to say, please?
Sure. In summary, we could find many things in Regina that might offend us. Numerous bars where the damage caused by some intoxicated guests in terms of violence and DUIs is horrendous and tragic. We see a casino and VLTs that have stolen millions and millions of dollars from people and ruined lives. We see numerous cannabis shops that we believe encourage young people to waste their lives in a haze. We read daily police reports about murders, robberies, home invasions, carjackings, and shootings. Regina has many issues to deal with, yet it appears some members on council and a few citizens are obsessed with a few businesses with blinking lights and flashing open signs that they ruin neighborhoods and cause an increase in crime. We would suggest 10 years of evidence shows no such thing. To punish us now by ghettoizing us to industrial zones is extremely unfair, robs us of our assets, seems prejudicial in nature, and in fact will increase the dangers to us that council was reportedly trying to prevent.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. So if I could summarize then as a question, is the claim here that, one, the pushing of these body rub parlors into industrial, and secondly, going to a discretionary use is an effective ban? Is that a way of interpreting what they said?
Yeah, I guess that would be a good way of interpreting it. I mean, it's hard because they wrote this and I don't want to speak on their behalf too much. I would encourage, they are open to meeting with all of you. Councillor Bresciani and I met with them this afternoon, and but yeah, I think what they're saying is that it would be a very extreme hardship for them, and they weren't sure what they would do if this passes.
And to be clear, how many of them suggested that they'd be willing to come before Planning Commission and Council for discretionary use application approval?
I think the language barrier and being able to be having to be public and have their names visible to the public and probably experience a lot of backlash and hate and potential safety risks would prevent them from coming and doing anything publicly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Shayna, for organizing that opportunity to be able to meet with the women today.
Mm-hmm.
So through the conversation, and they had indicated a little bit about some council members, talking slander, that kind of thing about their industry and what they do. And would you say, I think today that on behalf of council, that was never the intent. But one of the questions I do have, and they did talk about it today, was how they are different from other massage parlors. Can you just
Sure.
Elaborate,
Yeah,
through the
like
chair?
what this group of businesses, I guess how they're different is that they would be owner occupied. So they are the owners and the workers. They acknowledge there are some businesses, some massage parlors in Regina where that's not the case, where there might be 4 or 5 women working, and the business may not be owned by one of the workers. So that's maybe how this group is distinctive from the others.
Yes, thank you. And through the conversation, did you feel that they were able to identify the ones that had more workers and where there may have been some concern with some of the concerns council had through the chair?
Yeah, they identified the ones where there were more than one worker. Yeah.
And I guess the last question, when they talked about offering sex, the question was, do you do it often? Is it just, she really indicated that she's there for massage, but could entertain at times, wasn't all the time. So the question I had asked, and I'll be asking administration this, is if they choose that, if they have to move to the industrial zone, if that's where it goes, are they still allowed to be in that home and just do massage? And that wasn't clear, so I will make that clear. But it wasn't clear to her, as was it, through the chair?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of barriers to living in the industrial area zone, even if they are allowed according to zoning bylaws, including transportation is one that they mentioned in here and that we talked about, that many of them don't have vehicles, so and finding buses to and from industrial areas is difficult, especially in the evenings. So I think, yeah, and then to maintain a home and a business would be a lot of extra cost that probably wouldn't be possible.
Okay, through the chair, just the question though was the fact that if she wanted to remain where she is and not do the sex work, if they had to move,
Yeah.
she would it be okay that their home, she stayed in the home and did their business? And I'll be asking that of administration, but I think that was her concern. Would you agree? Through the chair.
I'm not sure I understand.
So was her concern if it goes to industrial?
Yeah.
Okay, and they are saying I can't afford industrial. If it's she wants to remain in her home though. She wants to remain in her home. She would also like to know, is she able to continue with her massage in her home, not doing sex-related massage?
Yes, that is what I understood as well.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Councillor Flagel?
Thank you, and welcome back. So when you're not representing body rub parlors, what's your other title?
I'm the executive director of the Heritage Community Association.
So if I could ask you, if you weren't comfortable with what you just read as a community association person, you wouldn't have done it, right?
I think it's less about me personally and more about what our organization has articulated publicly already. So when I was here on behalf of the Heritage Community Association, speaking on behalf of their board of directors, where we had a conversation and come up with a statement together, our main point was that the voices of the workers and the owners of these parlors need to be prioritized in your decision making. So when they approached me about speaking on their behalf, I talked with the board and we determined that it was aligned with both my role and what the organization has said publicly already.
Right, okay. So if I could ask you just about the two that are right close to Thompson School on Victoria Avenue. Those, you would be okay with having those moved half a mile away? I don't know, whatever number we decide to come up with here. But you're okay with the ones further east on Victoria Avenue and further east yet on the other side of Arcola Avenue or on 7th and Broad?
So yeah, the delegation has said that they agree that the businesses shouldn't be right next to residential houses and within residential zone. So they are comfortable with the recommendations that administration brought that would require those businesses along Victoria that are between Winnipeg and Broad in residential neighborhood to close down. They're comfortable with that.
Right. So what about, if I could, what about the one that is like right beside the Fun House on Broad Street? I don't know what it's called, but there's
Oh, yeah,
a component of housing 2 blocks away.
Yeah, like
But there's businesses.
Broad and 12th or so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
12th and Broad, yeah, right next to the former liquor board store.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that particular location?
So that one is within major arterial commercial. And so I think the delegation is comfortable with businesses that are in MAC zones to stay there, which
Okay.
that one would be.
So MAC is okay?
MAC is okay,
Good,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Plegel. Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Shana, for providing this information to us. It's not the easiest thing to do, obviously. It's an interesting perspective that we would never get any other way. So I just want to say thank you very much for doing that. And just to get the clarity from you, so do you believe you were approached just because you would be comfortable in this position to council, so all council and the public understands?
Yeah, I think, I
you
mean,
do.
I'm, the business, 2 of the 3 businesses are within our boundaries. One is right across the street, so they recognized that we had an interest in representing the community to the city, and that was part of the reason why they contacted me, yeah.
Thanks for providing their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Thank you very much for the presentation. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And the next delegation is Jeremy Sayer. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions from member council afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Jeremy Sayer. I represent the Canadian Massage and Manual Osteopathic Therapists Association. As an association, we proudly represent over 1,800 therapists from coast to coast to coast, including over 150 therapists here in the province of Saskatchewan. Excuse me. I am here to speak before you today regarding the bylaw, proposed zoning amendment bylaw, body rub parlors. I want to start by commending you in taking this important step in distinguishing zoning between therapeutic massage therapy and body rub establishments. As an association, this is one of the many things that we continue to strive to see changed in medium to large municipalities across the nation. In this, you have shown great leadership and are to be set as an example for other jurisdictions to follow. The reason I'm here before you this evening is the result of a very unfortunate situation that occurred when administration was doing their environmental scan regarding this very important amendment. In July of this year, our association was in the midst of a name change to reflect the addition of a second therapist designation to our association. We went from being known as the Remedial Massage Therapists Association to being known as the Canadian Massage and Manual Osteopathic Therapists Association, or CMOTA for short. During this time of transition, our website was down for a short period of time. Perhaps because of this or some other factor, our association was not considered when the proposed bylaw amendment was written. As such, the bylaw, as it currently reads, has only the Massage Therapists Association of Saskatchewan, or MTAS, and the Natural Health Practitioners of Canada, NHPC, listed as acceptable grantors of credentials for massage therapists. These are found in today's bylaw number 2019-64 under section 4B and section 6. We became aware of this missing piece of the bylaw on December the 5th and have since contacted the administration team here at the City of Regina. We have been told by administration that if we have a level of equivalency similar to that of the other 2 acceptable credential grantors, that an amendment should be proposed to include us in this bylaw. What I am asking for today, based on the information which I have presented in my letter to council, is that you will introduce an amendment to bylaw to include the Canadian Massage and Manual Osteopathic Therapists Association in both section 4B and section 6. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I'll see if there are. Councilor Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sayer, for coming forward. My question for you is, you're a national organization?
We are a national organization, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking for some perspective in other jurisdictions of experiences that you've seen around the naming of massage parlors and the challenge that creates.
Yes.
And that sort of differentiation, so we can sort of thresh this out.
Okay, so the biggest problem with calling them massage parlors instead of body rub centers is that the word massage oftentimes gets confused with the general public, and therapeutic massage is much different than body rub or what we would consider illicit massage. Our members are very strictly, and other professional associations are very strictly limited in those things, as is outlined in our package, our scope of practice and standard of practice. Myself as a massage therapist, I would actually be at risk of losing my license if I was to perform any of those things. The other problem with calling it a massage parlor has to do very specifically with the health insurance industry. One of the biggest frauds that's currently going on that we see in illicit massage is massage therapists that either have forged documents or forged certificates that then gain recognition through one of the associations and are actually billing the insurance companies for those illicit services, which goes very much against what those health benefits were actually put in place for.
Okay. So does it help in jurisdictions that have identification of adult services as opposed to anything to do with any massage or any body rub or any? That's just a question. Is around the semantics of the bylaws.
Yeah, it's the more that you can define what it actually is and get away from mixing the two, the better off that you are. I'll use the city of Calgary as an example. They have used the idea of body rub. There are currently 50 to 60 body rub establishments in the city. But in speaking just this last week with a detective in the Calgary Police Department about this issue, they estimate that there are somewhere between 100 to 180 establishments that are actually providing the illicit services.
So 50 of which are licensed?
50 of which are licensed, and the rest are operating under the radar.
Okay, thanks for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So if all of your members are licensed?
All of our members, yes, are registered.
Or registered, sorry.
Yep.
And what happens to a member if they sell sexual favors?
If a complaint is filed with our organization, we would conduct an investigation. If the member is found to be in violation of our code of ethics or standard of practice or scope of practice, then they lose their membership.
Okay. So you're confident that absolutely no sexual favors are bought or sold at the establishment of your members?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Flegel.
Thanks, and welcome to council. You're aware that we've already named them body rubs?
Yes,
and they're licensed. And they're licensed. So there's no more massage parlors unless they are registered.
Perfect.
Okay, so those two things we know are done.
Okay.
So my question is, what are you asking for?
What I'm asking for today is that the Canadian Massage and Manual Osteopathic Therapists Association be included in the bylaw under 4B and under 6, where we currently are not. Because we are not there, if a member of our association wished to open a massage parlor, or sorry, not a parlor, an actual clinic,
okay,
we would have an issue with that, because we are not listed as a credential. They are not listed as we as an association are not listed as a credential grantor. So you have to be either a member of MTAS or a member of NHPC as the bylaw is currently written.
Oh, okay, okay, got it. I was thinking,
Yeah.
I would think you already have control over who is going to be licensed under your...
And unfortunately, the city missed us in the process.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll check with that for sure. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for appearing before us. You can return to the gallery now. We have one more delegation to go. And this is added to our agenda as you sat down. Bruce Eldegot. Mr. Eldegot, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Eldegot with Freedom Catalyst. I'm in favor of zoning body rub establishments in the industrial zone. Limiting their presence to these areas makes the most sense considering where we do not want them due to their universal reputation for attracting the criminal elements. We need to strike a balance between safety for the girls and safety for our community. As important as it is to get this right, we will fail the women if we think the right location is the magic bullet for the safety of those vulnerable and valuable women. PTSD, a common and documented outcome of a life of prostitution, is seldom caused by a criminal event during travel to and from a place of work. PTSD is far more commonly caused by the trauma of multiple men per day demanding their sexual fantasy no matter what. CBC Radio's Tapestry aired Heather Barrett's documentary of her interview with former and present sex workers. One said, "I am very good at compartmentalizing. My other self, she's the one who went to work, the one who did everything. And I just kind of got left in the back. Okay, I'm just waiting here while you do your thing." And now, coming out of the industry, I'd pick clothes out of my closet and go, "This is not mine, this is Marilyn's." Not that they are two different people, because they're not, but I'm finding it very difficult getting back to entwining the two personalities I created for myself. How do I bring myself back together? End of quote. Many of our young women, even those who choose this work, spend a lifetime struggling with the occupational demons that weekly, for some daily, trigger their anxiety and depression. Body rub parlors are an oppressive business that preys on vulnerable women by coercion, manipulation, and threats. Our greatest challenge is to protect the women from abuse. This is where we need to put our concentrated efforts once we have decided where we will locate them. I quote, "The parlors that we have already aren't safe," said one worker CBC spoke with. "It's not guaranteed safe work environment, and it's not changing the unsafe work environments that are already here in St. John's," another added. Freedom Catalyst's fear is that some are listening to the rhetoric, deception, and false promises of some parlor owners and a few girls who have chosen to engage in this high-risk occupation and believe they speak for the whole industry. Our advocacy is for the well-being of women who are imprisoned in this industry. As the women traded stories in this CBC report, a common thread emerged. Getting out is much harder than getting in, and being in isn't easy. As part of this report, Malone Moulin, a CBC reporter, posted an article December 1st entitled "Wounded and Lucky." I just can't get this phrase out of my head. No one in a civilized culture should be wounded and lucky. No one except those in the military and the police who keep us safe. And rodeo cowboys in the bull ring, rodeo clowns in the bull ring and the cowboys. Let's not allow wounded and lucky to be the norm or our acceptable outcome of this oppressive occupation. We are all committed to doing whatever it takes to secure the safety of body rubbers. Let's be a leader and make the emotional safety a bigger issue than any other city has done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There appears there are no questions from council. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll now move on to our report. I know there's going to be a change to the recommendation. Councillor Flagel, you have the floor.
CR 19-112, and before I get started, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping here, and that the first part of this is that allowing massage parlors as a discretionary use, not a permitted use as it states in front of you, used exclusively in industrial zone IL and IH, and be approved in the administration report back within 1 year of the impact of this change. Secondly, in item number 2, the last paragraph would read, zoning bylaw 9250, that a residential business must be operated by the resident of the home, and that the terms service trade adult be amended to read as body rub establishment. And that's city solicitor. So if I could get a seconder on that.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Brasciani, that is your motion. That is seconder for the U.S. resident seconds it?
Yeah.
Okay. You have your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm always this one's always a tough one because I heard what Ms. Stock said. I heard what she talked to the others. I heard from Mr. Smith, and I heard from a few others as well. At the end of the day, where are these businesses safer? I still personally don't believe to put them in hard industrial lines. I know some of the areas. If I go out in the northeast section, I've driven through there, and there's like 2 cars at 10 o'clock at night, maybe 1 car, and I'm the second one. I've been through there. I drive through the city a lot, so I see a lot of these different places. I was in Calgary 2 weeks ago for Grey Cup, and I'm driving down 16th Avenue, which I would say could be Victoria Avenue or Albert Street in Calgary. And I got the corner of Center and 16th. There's houses right behind the street, so the next block over. There's like a dozen body rub establishments right on there, right on our, what we would say our Victoria Avenue or our Albert Street. There's no kids around. There's no schools around. I don't know if there are. There could be behind. I'm not sure. But there's residential component is right there. But it's in strip malls. It's along busy streets. To me, and I was driving through, going to Tim Hortons, and I saw like 14 cop cars driving up and down Center Street, 16th Avenue. They're all over the place. And to me, that makes a little bit more sense than having them out in a desolate area in a warehouse. And I totally get it. Let's get them away from schools, even churches, etc. But I'm still not convinced that putting them out in the industrial area is the right mix. And only for as much as we talk public safety around the schools and everything to get it away, now we're throwing them out into a warehouse district. And we can put more lighting there, but there's no traffic. There's nothing out there. Go out to Ross Industrial. I tell everybody, leave here tonight and go drive out at Ross Industrial at 10 o'clock at night, and you'll be the only 3 cars out there. So I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do, but I'll just leave it at that for right now. And that was sort of an observation I just had a couple of weeks ago when I was in Calgary. So I'll leave it for now.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel.
Thanks.
Other speakers to the report? Councillor Murray?
Thanks. I'll move the amendment that the delegation representing massage therapists be added as a stakeholder or as a requirement.
Okay, we'll just wait for the
Sure.
for the clerk to.
Yeah. Just right off the top, I think that's one we can all agree on.
Councillor Murray, you can continue on.
Thanks. And then I'll make a second amendment. You can vote on them separately. Is to move.
Just one moment. Just that's first things first. Natural path. We're going to add that one. We'll get that one first.
We'll make sure that's right.
Yeah. One amendment at a time. A second for that, please. Okay. Councillor Stevens. Well, You understand the amendment? Any speakers to the amendment?
Can you please read the amendment?
Councillor Ray moved an amendment, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare a bylaw to amend the Regina bylaw 2019-9 related to the regulation of massage parlors to add CMMOTA, and we should state what that is in the motion, to the list of professional bodies from which therapeutic massage therapists may maintain credentials, and that this bylaw be brought forward to a future meeting for approval to allow sufficient time for the required public notice.
Thank you.
There's no one who wants to speak to that. I'll call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
Councillor Murray, you have the floor still.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, my second amendment is that the word discretionary be reverted back to its original permitted. Reasoning is that it needs to be consistent. Reality is if we go to discretionary, I think this council has spent significant amount of time and investment into regulating this industry and going of our plans. I would like it to be removed back to permitted.
Okay, a seconder for that, please. Councillor Stevens. Okay. So speakers on the amendment. Councillor Bresciani, 3 minutes on the amendment. Councillor Bresciani.
Well, I cannot support the amendment. I think we have consulted with the general public over this long period of time. We heard through advocates, people who have been in the trade, that the fact is that what happens is when you bring it back into, I guess if it's into the core area, I think what we're doing is we're normalizing it. Now, the key is that you're keeping it in the industrial, but you're saying just take away, let the administration decide where it's going to go. Is that accurate?
No, same area, but just it's a permitted use.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the bylaw that we all develop, we say that's where we're going to put it, rather than in those individuals, as we heard from, just for perspective, as we heard from the 3 that came forward, they would never come forward. That's the reality, and it would continue to fly under the radar. Being permitted would skip that step and allow it for its intended goal.
Yeah. I think the other concern I have is the fact that our industrial is spread across the whole city. We have other areas, as is in churches, recreation, residential areas that people live above. To me, those are decisions that we're going to face on the council floor if we don't have a say. So I think at least for the first year, I would like to see how this goes, because I think then we would get a good handle on where we're at before letting it go just through to administration, and then we just carve this out, and then we don't really have a say after that. So it would be I would like to stay, so I cannot support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens on the amendment.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Administration, could you please provide an outline as to why you initially came forward with the permitted use for industrial in the initial recommendation?
Ms. Harlock.
So originally, we have the outlines of the regulations with respect to what uses and separation distances. So we felt that once we had those parameters, once those parameters were met, then it could be a permitted use and we could follow the process. Obviously, it's at council's discretion. When it's discretionary, we have to come to RPC and then to council for approval.
Terrific, thank you. Through the chair, administration did at least 2 years of research on this. Why did you come to the initial recommendations that you did? So aside from the land use, there was a lot of research, there was a legal question. Why?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. Because it streamlines the process and makes it more about the regulations and the distances than about other factors, because we've looked at all the uses that are sensitive and that's the direction. So it would make it easier to have that process for applicants as they're going through the process.
Terrific, thank you. To this point, through the chair, does this approach going to discretionary, does it essentially function as a backdoor ban? And if so, does that not defy the reason we started this, which was a Supreme Court decision balancing community safety with the safety of the workers in these enterprises?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, with the discretionary use process, there is a circulation and it comes to council, and it is at council's discretion whether or not the location that is chosen, whether or not it's reasonable, and other factors could come into play that we wouldn't have. With the permitted use, it's very clear. If it meets X, Y, and Z, then we would issue the permit. So it does provide council the authority to deny an application, even though it might meet for other factors.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, could this not also function in a way that essentially defies the recommendations that administration brought forward?
That's the same question asked in a different way.
Well, I just want a yes
Councillor
or no.
Howlock? Ms. Howlock?
Yeah. Through your worship, no, I mean, I think if every application obviously was denied, then there would be an issue and a call for question. But it's about looking at each application, the location, and the merits to each. But at this point, it would be really about following the decisions that would happen. And if it was never approved anywhere, then that, I think, would be more the concern.
Okay, thank you. I guess a point to raise. I'll be supporting the amendment. I believe in actually setting good policy, living by that policy. Discretionary use, we're going to see this every time an application comes forward in the best case scenario. I think Shayna outlined the reality, which is fear of stigmatization, the fear of seeing the opposition, the moral outrage levied against these workers. That's what we're going to see. This is going to be a decision that comes before council, constantly an ethical and moral question being raised, constant pressure. It's not going to align with the recommendations that initially came forward, the social determinants purpose, the safety issues that administration has spent a long time researching, and certainly wouldn't align with what the RPS is recommending. So I support this amendment. I actually think it's the best practice, the best approach, and it certainly aligns better with what other administration, other cities in Canada are doing.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. I stand in support of the amendment. Going through this whole exercise and coming to this point, I've come to realize that we started out with what equated to a ban, and that's where 19 parlors propagated and came to us today. With what we see before us, it's against RPS's recommendation for what they can look after most efficiently with the resources. The wisdom Ms. Stock brought to us through the delegates on the effect of the regulations causing them to scatter and disappear, I believe that'll probably happen too, and because of those 2 points, without more changes, I believe that this whole venture becomes a bureaucratic waste of time, because I don't think we'll have anything left to regulate. I think they'll disappear back to the ether, and there will be nothing left there for us to look at. We won't see the flashing signs, but we will see all the harms and all the problems that come along with. So I will support this amendment, though.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I just want to speak in opposition of the amendment. I feel that the rationale that 3 business owners won't come forward if it's a discretionary use is not good rationale to change what we've got on the table right now. So if this was any other business and we had 3 business owners coming forward saying we wouldn't come forward if this is the way it was, we wouldn't change things because of that. So I just feel that the rationale for changing this is the wrong way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Young?
This amendment. I think we have coming before us later in the year regulations, and we can make sure that they are strong regulations and that they do the work that we require as a council. And so I think once you put a good policy in place and you have regulations for that policy, then you entrust it to the administration to do the work. I think if every single one came back to us and even came through the Planning Commission and then came to council, we could have this same thing over and over again. And I think once we make the decision, we make it, we put the policy in place, we put the regulations in place, and then we let the city administration and the RPS do their work.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Fundura.
It's okay. I'm on. Thank you, Worship. Through you, otherwise I will not support. I feel discretion should be there. If you remember, we had probably 18 plus delegations. One was for, all against. I think people told us something. Personally, I would like to have it banned. That's my thing. We wouldn't have been here, but we need some kind of a control here. I understand administration can do their job, but it has to come in. This is the body that the delegation, that citizens of Regina come to speak to us. They come here to express the feeling. They don't go and call administration and some of these things. They come over here for us to make a decision on their behalf. So we should have it here. It should be discretionary. I understand what the fact is, but like one said, if it has to be industrial and it has to be discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Murray, do you want to close debate?
I do. Oh, on the amendment? Oh, I want to speak to the amendment. I was waiting to close.
No, we're a long way to go before you close in this one.
Yeah.
Speak on the
Sorry, I
amendment.
was thinking
On the amendment.
jacket's kind of getting to me here a little bit. So.
Are you a replacement from Don Sherry too, by the way?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
And I know hockey too, so that's good. Thank you. I will speak to this. I'm a little bit twisted on this one because if we're going to go to an industrial area, then a permitted use, I agree with. Because one warehouse to the next, to the next, to the next, whatever it happens to be, wherever it happens to be, in an industrial area, not a big deal. But when it's getting around Victoria Avenue and getting around Albert Street and it's getting around a few of the other streets, maybe a permitted use or a discretionary use is more viable because they may want to try to pull the string a little bit and, not do things quite in accordance. Therefore, they have to apply for it. If they want to be in an area that is a little bit of a gray area, then they should come and present and talk about it and bring forward their changes. If it's going to be in an industrial area that's not affecting what all these people are saying, it could affect in the Victoria Avenue, so I'm not sure how I want to present this, but that's my situation that I'm feeling, that if you're going to be stuck out in an industrial area, then permit the use. But if you're going to be 5 blocks from a school and you're going to be 4 blocks from a church and you're going to be on a major road, then I think you need to step up and talk to somebody about it from administrative. Maybe it needs to come back to this forum here. That's sort of my feel, and I'm just not sure if the mover would be somewhat considerate of that type of a thing, because it kind of gives us a little bit of the both. And you know what? In a year from now, and I have a question of the administration, in a year from now, we can see how that's worked. But my question is, if this comes back in a year and we want to change it to one or the other or whatever, do we need unanimous consent to change or 6 out of 11?
Through you, your worship, no, it would be a bylaw amendment change, and then it would go through an advertising, and then there'd be a public hearing.
Okay, so it would just be a standard vote. So I will look to the mover of this amendment. I kind of think maybe, and maybe it's just me thinking this, that we might have an opportunity to kind of do both, try them both out. And then in a year from now, we don't have to go, wow, no, let's wait a minute, let's try this again and try something different. Just a thought. Thank you.
So my understanding is exactly what this does, because only those 2 zones would become permitted, industrial.
That's right.
If you wanted to later make an amendment regarding zoning in a discretionary section of it, by all means, but this right now, I'm just talking about the industrial.
This is just
industrial.
Yeah.
But are you not asking for?
No, just hold on. This is not debating across the floor here. The motion is for a permitted use in industrial zones only. If you have a different thing you want to do, Councillor Clay, you can do an amendment when you get the floor back again.
Okay.
But that's what we're looking at. So let's keep it tight here.
So I can close debate.
Close debate.
Thank you. So I think this is a case where we heard from 3 individuals that came forward. It's very clear that they would never come forward for a discretionary hearing. English is not a first language. There's a lot of opposition. I wouldn't come forward. We're not going to gain any information if we go discretionary, because we're not going to get anybody forward. So our goal here is to get some information to figure this out. We won't have that if we go discretionary. That's
Okay,
it.
thank
Thanks.
you, Councilor. You close debate on the amendment. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? 6. Those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion's carried. So other speakers to the main motion as amended. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we heard also from delegations and concerns regarding why were not churches included in this as well as residential. In many other cities, recreation or residential is also included as kind of separation distances. So I would like to bring, I do have a motion or amendment. The clerk can put it up, please.
Trying to read that, Councilor Bresciani.
Yes, that the city solicitor be directed to amend this bylaw to add a separation distance of the 182.88 meters from body rub establishments to the following uses: dwelling institutions, religious, assembly, and recreation. This bylaw be brought forward to a future meeting for approval to allow sufficient time for the required public notice.
Councilor Bresciani, I have a question just on the definition of 182.88 meters. Why is that number used?
That's what it is right now, isn't it?
Is that one block?
That's one block, yeah.
Okay.
That's more than one block. Is it more than one block?
The administration, is that one block?
That's one
Yes.
block. It's
Okay,
one
that's
block.
fine. That's good.
The 2 blocks?
Okay.
Sorry, and I was going to make that change, though. I didn't know what the 2 block radius is. What is that in meters?
Oh, it's double.
So you want to change this from 182.88 to something else, to 2 blocks?
To 2 blocks, whatever that is.
300.
Ms.
Through
Harlock?
you, Your Worship, 365.76 meters.
So I bring this.
Okay, so just a moment.
Oh,
You're going to get a seconder for this, a seconder for it? Okay. Councilor Fundura. Okay, on the amendment.
So I will say that there is residential that does border and is in, we have the mixed housing. You can live above and below. And I'll ask administration actually in the industrial zone, is there right now people in residential living above in those areas? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct, that there is some existing dwellings that are within the industrial areas, but with the new bylaw, that wouldn't be permitted, but there is existing. Can I also make just a comment about the uses? We just want to make sure that it's the right uses. It's dwelling, comma, institution, religious, and assembly, recreation.
And can you,
So
through
the
the chair?
institutions are both religious and assembly?
It's
and recreation.
institution, religious, comma, maybe put quotations around it just so that it's, because we want to make sure it's the right uses within the new zoning bylaw. The institution, and then around the religious. I'll fix it after.
So the question I had asked, because I just needed clarification on the correct wording, and so if administration just want to go through it, just to explain, because it does sound a little bit confusing for institution, religious, assembly, just divvy it out, just explain a little bit more, please. Thank you.
Your Worship, so dwelling would be the residential
Yeah.
that you're speaking about, and then institution, religious is a land use for churches, and then assembly, recreation is another use. So those would be your gymnastics, those sorts of uses that are within the bylaw.
So we're clear on that amendment for everyone?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so speakers to the amendment? Councilor Massinelli to the amendment? Or you? Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. If I could get a comment from administration, looking at this distance and considering the recreation assembly in warehouse district, would this equate to a pretty much an outright ban throughout Regina?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, your worship. So part of the challenge that we have is just when a use would come in, we'd have to look because we don't know exactly where everything is. So I can't tell you, like in our appendixes, we can tell you from the land use, the separation distances. Right now, I couldn't map that out. So we will have to do some additional work when an application comes in to make sure that if there is a use in that area, if it's discretionary, there it would be mailed out. To 75 meters, but we would have to do a little bit more work to understand whether or not there is a use there.
Okay.
Because with discretionary uses, just so everybody understands, with the discretionary use application, when it comes in, we notify all persons within properties within 75 meters of the application for comments.
Okay, but with that 365.76 meters and where this is labeled to, if there was any type of a gym or athletic club in the warehouse district, this would pretty much equate to an outright ban throughout Regina, correct?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, your worship, I can't say an outright ban. This restricts it even further.
Okay.
From what we're proposing. Because I can't, we'd have to try and map
You haven't
out
done
where
it
all of
empirically,
those
but
uses
I
are to
get you.
find out.
Yeah, I think we have about 3 kilometers there, so if I have 3 gyms, chances are I've blanketed it then, so that's all I want. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pasquale. To the amendment, Councilor Murray?
Thanks. Yep, the warehouse district is not industrial lands.
Yes, it is.
It's
Ms.
not.
Hawryluk?
The things that we're looking for here is the IH zone and the IL zone, which does, the zones, there is some within the warehouse area district.
Okay. So with the, just to get an understanding now with this new separation distance that's being proposed, we don't have any maps in front of us that can give us that to show that there still
Yes, we
exists
do.
some
So-
areas where it would
Ms. Hawryluk?
be permitted.
Through you, your worship, well, we have Appendix E1.
Right.
And on Appendix E1, this is though, pardon me, this has the 1,200 foot from the IL and the IH zones noted for what was approved, which is parks, schools, daycare centers, and community amenities. This is going even further beyond that. So what you see here would be further reduced based on that. And that was what I was saying to Councillor Mancinelli. I can't give the exact because those are very specific uses. So as Councillor Mancinelli indicated, if there was a recreational assembly, we'd have to map those all out and make sure to understand exactly where they are.
Thank you. It's very challenging to try and vote on it when I don't know what it's going to, if there still will actually be some areas left. I'm not the person that should be up here advocating for massage parlors, but it's one of those things we want to glean some information here. So thanks. I can't support.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel?
Thank you. Just wanted to speak on this, on the issue. And I just think when we're looking at these, as one of them that I can see under religious institutions of religion, what happens with these, I know there's probably 5 or 6 of them out there that are one day a week, put a sign up on the street, say, hey, congregation meeting at 10 o'clock this Sunday or this Tuesday night, and they happen to be having that space once a week, and yet you have a body rub that wants to be there 24/7 or 7 days a week. What do we do in those situations? Because now you've got, and I don't want to say the name, but I can think of one right now that just like on a Tuesday night or a Sunday afternoon, they are open for business, not holding a church, but it's a congregation. What do we do with those types of situations?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, your worship. So obviously if they have a permitted use and development permit to have that use in that building, then they would be, it wouldn't matter if it's 1 or 7 days a week.
Okay.
Based on our knowledge, we only believe that there's been one approval for a church within the industrial areas, and that was given last year, and they didn't actually build the religious institution facility.
They bought one.
There was one that was
Right.
rezoned to allow for
Right.
institution religious, but unless that was what we understood. Is that correct? That's right. So at this point, I don't think there is any other religious or institution religious within these areas at this, that we know of.
Yeah.
Councillor
So,
Weigel?
thank you. To Councillor Murray's point, so if we take Dudney Avenue, Albert the Broad to 4th Avenue, is that going to be part of the new bylaw that they can or cannot be in that area, the body rubs? Dudney Avenue to 4th Avenue, Albert Street, the Broad, the warehouse district. Can they put body rubs in there based on this new, if this new bylaw goes through?
Ms. Howard.
Through your worship, so I would refer you to Appendix E1. And there was also a map that was circulated previously to council with respect to the IH zone and with the 600-meter buffer. But if you look at Appendix E1, it shows you on here exactly where they could be allowed. So if you look at Dudney to 4th Avenue, there is areas within that zone, that zoned IL and IH, that would allow for these uses. Based on, I want to be clear, this map is based on the buffers that we have put in the bylaw. It doesn't show what Councillor Bresciani is asking for. And that's what I was indicating when Councillor Murray was asking questions. Okay. To find out exactly where all those were would be a very large task, because we'd have to go out and map it all, and we don't have all of that information readily available to produce a map at this time.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair.
On the amendment.
Yes, just a question for the mover. So when I look at this amendment, in my mind, I think sin and salvation should be close together, but this is going to push it away. I understand the dwellings, the assembly. What is the value of 365.76 meters in terms of the effect? So I just need some understanding of why that, through the chair.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through the chair. So when you look at what other cities have offered, there's been a lot more than 2 blocks. Some have gone up to 5 blocks or 4 blocks. So when we talked about the 1 block, and some may just border that 1 block. So it looks, if you can add the extra little bit, so they are included. Again, it comes down to, I think, where do we really want them in this city, and how we want to protect the fact that we don't want them close to a school. We don't want them close to daycares, playgrounds, anywhere where kids are around to visualize this. I think that's why, again, the industrial area works, although I'm for a full ban, but in the industrial, if we have to go there, I think that's the area of use. But more importantly, I think we try and get this right now, rather than going back and trying to hash it out. I would agree that if they wanted to bring back a map so we can make a more informed decision, I'd be fine with that too. So that was my reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
I did have one more comment. I guess my final question for the mover is simply about intention. Is ultimately the intention to ban them through zoning, or is it a sincere attempt to simply push it away from dwellings foremost?
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, I think you know me and know my intent. I think it's the second of what you speak, but I think, of course, I think it's important that this council has decided that that's what they want. They want to go with regulation, but it's also important that we do our due diligence to protect also the people in this city. And I think we're all talking about the massage workers and the business owners who are going to profit. But what about the average owners that pay these taxes in this city that want a neighborhood and they don't want to see a massage parlor, which they were, I mean, very, very, I guess, spoke out against, and now we sit here having a discussion where we're going to put them. Well, they're going in the industrial area, but at that same token, I want to make sure that we have, I want to use just, if you call them things that we can actually make sure that we have decide so people are protected.
Okay, thank you.
Just on a point of order, I just want to make sure that, I'm not saying you're doing this, Councilor Steve, I don't want us to impugn integrity behind a statement or a position that a member of council may have, so I just want to be cautious that we don't go down that road.
It wasn't my intention.
I understand it, but it could be construed that way, so just keep this ideas to ideas.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, just the final question for administration to be clear. Councilor Bresciani has mentioned, the visual markers of a body rub parlor. In our approach, all visual markers of these parlors are to be removed, correct? So there won't be a sign, there won't be any indication that this is in fact a body rub parlor, correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, so that hasn't been decided exactly yet, because as the licensing comes forward, the licensing bylaw will dictate all of the different things that we can regulate, which is signage, hours of operation, all of those things, entrances, etc. So that's forthcoming, but there was thought that we would have regulations around signage, etc., and those sorts of things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Bryce, do you have any questions or comments?
No, not the amendment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fundura, on the amendment.
As we heard, some other cities have 500, some have 1,000. 2 blocks barrier, it's, I would say, comes to the middle of what we want to see, all these things. Remember when the strip club discussion came up, Your Worship, and we talked about family visiting areas. We looked at that very strongly of the area that this club was coming to. And all of us at that time around the table agreed with that. The family visiting this area, we do not need a strip club in that area. So here we're talking about, with Councilor Bresciani talking about families. We need to look at our city. And 2 blocks, I'd like to see it further. So if you look at the map here, looking at the map, you have Park Street from Victoria Avenue. You have residential on the east side of Park Street between Victoria Avenue and Dudney. You're looking at 4th Avenue, your residential. We just did our zone forward, and we were standing on our soapboxes and talking about 100 meters separation from businesses on South Drive with residences. And we didn't want to allow anybody coming in there. And here we are talking about something like this, which is a fabric of a family. We heard this, we have the story about this kind of thing destroys a family fabric. And we are debating about distance. Yes, if we're permitting, it's been voted that we are going forward with it. Well, let's look at the distance. And if a distance is, give it 200, 300, 500, whatever it is. So 200, I would say it's a minimum. For me, I could like to go further, but if the council will decide, at least that will give a 2 blocks. If you look at Park Street going east, you cannot be there, because that's your 2 blocks radius. And then again, is it a short block or is it a long block? We can debate that as well. So 200, it's a small concession or small thing to decide on. But we need to look at realistically how we're dealing with this thing. I cannot come back and say, I asked that question, can we revote this again and start over to ban this? I'd like to do that, but I don't think we can. So 200, that's not a very big ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers to the amendment? Ms. Harlock, you have a comment?
Through you, Your Worship, I just want some clarification, maybe perhaps from Councillor Bresciani, with respect to the 365.76. The way the bylaw is written right now, those would be additional uses with that distance, but the way the bylaw is written currently, assembly, community, institution, education, institution, daycare, and open space active is 182.88. So I'm not sure if it was meant to have 2 block radius from just those uses or from all those uses as a whole.
Councillor Bresciani?
That would be from all of them.
Through you, Your Worship, then that motion would also need to include assembly community, institution education, institution daycare, open space active, and any other lot containing us next to the distance between body rub establishments.
So, maybe you understood that's what the amendment actually is. Do you want that wording right in there? Take a moment to get that.
Yeah, I'd like the wording in there.
Okay, so let's take a moment to get the wording right. So, Ms. Harlock, if you can provide that once again.
Sorry.
We not have any area left. So that's why they put it in there, but we may lose it.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. I do have another question. I just want to make sure that residential means residential. Okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, housing and zone. So through the chair, I do have another question for Ms. Howard. Can I just ask, the residential is residential zone and residential house. It means the same. It's covered in there, right? Through the chair?
Charlotte, go ahead.
Through you, your worship. So we did the separation distances from all of those uses. So
That's covered.
yes, I believe it'll be covered off for the residential zones also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell, on a point of order.
Just on point of order, if I could, what's before us, and I appreciate very much that the wording is now clear, but I have no idea what the distance means. I have no map in front of me, and I don't know the inference for that. And for me, I believe that the mover should table this until we have that in front of us, and then we can have a fair vote so that I understand what it is I'm voting for.
Okay. To the mover, Councillor Brasciani.
I think that's a great idea. I would like that as well, so then we can make the
So
most
do you want to
informed
move a
decision.
referral motion?
I will move a referral motion, yeah, this goes back. Thank you.
Are we all clear what's happening? Councillor Bryce, do you understand?
Yes, we're referring this back.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. There's no debate on a referral motion. All those in favor?
Agreed.
Opposed? That's carried. Okay. So back to the main motion as amended. Other speakers? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I'll start with a question to administration. In the initial recommendations, there was two components to zoning. One was it was to be permitted use in industrial, and secondly, it would be discretionary use in major arterial commercial. Is that correct?
Sarlach?
Through you, your worship, that is correct. That was our original recommendation.
Okay, thank you. If I could, I'd actually like to move that amendment and that it be considered discretionary use in major arterial commercial. So to the city clerk, or Amber, maybe just copy and pasting the first component of the report, and change the language in there to reflect major arterial commercial and discretionary. might just tinker with that language. Yeah. So yeah.
In max zones.
As discretionary use in major arterial commercial. Yeah. Yep. Get rid of that. And be approved, and then administration report back within 1 year on any impacts of this change.
Okay.
Yes.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Flagel.
I think the argument's pretty clear. This was the initial recommendation from administration. If we include this with the previous amendment of permitted use in industrial, we have the compromise. So in areas that one would sometimes associate with being in the vicinity of a residential areas, the max zones, this would be discretionary. If it's going to set up in industrial, it would be permitted. Again, I think this, as per administration's initial recommendation, balances the community safety and well-being with the safety of the industry. The RPS has made clear that the eyes on the street and actually having these establishments in those zones balances both of these interests. So I want to go back to where we were, and I think it was a great recommendation from administration.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Okay. On the amendment. Councilor Murray.
So this amendment addresses my main concern of the entire challenge we have before us, is that if we are far too prescriptive, the neon signs will come down and the businesses will continue to operate, because we live in a digital world where people go online, they book a massage, and they go to anywhere, hotel room, anywhere, it doesn't matter. I still don't think people are going to be coming to council looking for discretion, but at least this opens it up enough that we can at least get our hand in to figure out what's happening in there, make sure people are safe in certain cases, and have some amount of oversight. Thanks. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. This sounds like something I might have brought forward. Anyway, no, it's good. I'm glad it's here. It's one thing, and I do believe that I think it gives us an opportunity to, again, listen to what the chief of police, Inspector Zaharich talked about. I can't remember his title, about where they were and what they see on the street, and who for us can decide what the police see on the street, but the police. And they're in there talking to the people. They've said that they've gone in undercover, and their main concern is illegal trafficking and underage. Whether it's on Victoria Avenue or it's on Hodgsman Road or wherever, it's still going to happen. So if we can have a bit of control, and I agree that it probably, we're not going to see much in terms of discretionary use come forward. Councilor Murray, you have a couple that I just looked on the map, and they're but just below it. Well, they're half a block away from being allowed. And so, I mean, there's those types of industries as well. The ones I'm concerned with, and I will say this right now, is the two on Victoria Avenue right by Thompson School are my main concerns right now. And I agree, they totally need to be moved, shifted, wherever, whatever we can do. We're not moving Thompson School, obviously. So I think we need to address at least those two issues. The rest of them, unless I'm missing something, I mean, we don't like them, but they're here. And I think if we can eliminate the ones that are close by. A question for you on this, if this doesn't go through and it's all industrial, so we have about, I think it was 19 in total, and there's only 2 that are in proper zoning today. I think, if I'm not mistaken. 1 or 2. I think it's 1 or 2. I'm not sure. What do we do with these other 18? And what kind of a timeline do we give? If we proceed that way.
Through your worship, depending on the outcomes of this, then we will proceed with our enforcement actions, but we will send out letters and all of those things to the suspected establishments, and then we'll go through the process.
So do we know? Okay, so let's say let's say we approve it only to be industrial. So are we talking a year down the road, 6 months? How long is approximate timeline?
Through your worship, the process for enforcement can sometimes take a long time.
Okay.
So I can't give you a specific. I'm not sure if Mr. Solicitor wants to expand on the enforcement proceedings that would take place once there's direction from council with the new bylaw.
Your worship, first we'd have to know what the new rules are, and then we would have to determine the new rules, and then from there, do whatever investigation needs to be done and determine which of the businesses are compliant and which may not be. So can't really prejudge.
So in other words, you can't say?
Yeah.
Can't say. Okay, good. So here's my thing on this. I would rather see us do both of these right now and have them come back in a year with some information on, yes, this works, this didn't work, MAC works, no, it didn't, permitted did, discretion didn't. So that would be my choice, and it might save the administration a bit of time in not having to do it twice again. So I'll be good with this one.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you.
On the amendment.
I just have a question about on the amendment. Is this amendment not contrary to the main motion that says exclusively in the industrial area?
Mr. Clerk? I don't rule that it is, but...
Yeah, through you, your worship, I believe the intent of the amendment that changed it from discretionary to permitted in industrial zones was meant to not include the word exclusively, but that was my interpretation, that it wasn't, and therefore would not be contrary.
Councillor Bryce?
Okay, thank you. I feel that we've already had this debate, and we made a decision as a council that we would have it in the industrial zone, and I think this is a step backwards rather than a step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. Well, I think we're going backwards. This is where we started. And it's unfortunate that we've heard from delegations over the last year, and they told us what they wanted. They wanted a ban. They didn't really want them in our city. And now we've got to the point where, okay, we moved to industrial. We decided not on the MAC, and now we're going backwards. Councillor Stevens asked me the question, okay, what is the reason? I heard from councillors tonight that they won't come forward if it's in discretionary use. So why would we bring them back into MAC zone for discretionary use then? I just heard that argument tonight in the industrial. So I guess my point is that when we're looking at, these women will not come forward, but you know what we will have? Delegations that will come forward on their behalf. And we'll be more confused because we don't really know that that's what they're really saying. So I think we have to, as a council, decide. If it's the industrial, that's what we went with, that's what our city has said as a second option to banning. But to take it into the MAC, again, and have it discretionary, I don't believe we're going to see someone come. If we see someone come, it will be just as a spokesperson on behalf of those parlors. But I will say this. We have other people in this city other than massage parlors. We have residents, businesses that don't want them here, families that don't want them here. I think we have an opportunity. It's not going to be, super forward-thinking, but we have an opportunity to move them here now. Just leave them in the industrial, move them there, and see how it goes after a year. I don't want to muddy the waters and have everybody confused. I will tell you, it will be very confusing. So I want to just leave them in the industrial zones, have them, I guess, in that area, and then we actually then can go from there and assess it in a year. I'd like to leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is very easy. Do you want to have body rub parlors in MAC areas along the major thoroughfares in this city? And I am absolutely convinced that the population of this city does not want body rub parlors in those areas. And that's why I can't support this motion. That's why, when we initially discussed this, a kind of compromise was reached which said, we won't ban them. We'll put them in industrial areas. Now, through a kind of sleight of hand, they're back under this motion to put them into MAC areas. That's not what the public wants. I am totally satisfied that if body rub parlors are in the industrial areas, The police will be able to properly police them. I'm totally satisfied that there will be safety there. But if they come back into the MAC areas, this council will tie itself up again and again and again. There'll be trouble figuring out, whether this particular MAC area application works and this one doesn't. And as that's what we were saying when we said no to discretion in the industrial areas, that's what we were saying. We're saying we don't want this council to have to continuously revisit this question. A very reasonable compromise worked out by the Planning and Minorities Committee, by all of us, said industrial areas, not in MAC areas, which, by the way, is a compromise that Saskatoon has worked out as well. So I believe we should stick with that compromise. I believe that the citizens of Regina expect us to stick with that compromise. I will not support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Flair, can you take the chair, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will not support the recommendation either, and I want to echo some of the comments for those who have spoken against it, that, we're going back at this again and again. This has been a long time, this discussion, and I just feel that we're moving away from what I think was a good compromise based on the delegations that we received. And I share Councillor Hawkins' perspective that the public does not want them in major arterial zones. They don't want them there. The compromise was industrial. I can accept that the amendment would be now that there would be a permitted use, but I cannot accept this change all the time. We have to make a decision. We had a path forward. If you talk about trying to twist ourselves again and again, we're going to have this once again and confuse people as well. So I would urge members of council to stick with what has been on the table, which is the industrial use. Report's going to come back in 1 year. We can evaluate that to see where we're going. But to throw this back in now is we continually revisit decisions over and over again. And we've spent a lot of time doing this. And I think it was pretty clear when we decided 2 council meetings ago to do this. So I would urge that we say no to the amendment, move forward with this in the industrial areas, and then we have a report coming back that will give us a perspective in 1 year.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate? Okay, on the amendment, recorded vote. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. As the mover of the amendment, I will start with Councillor Stevens. Support. Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I support.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed?
Councillor Young.
Opposed?
Mayor Fougere.
I'm opposed.
Vote is 3 in favor, 8 against. The motion is defeated.
Motion is defeated. Okay. Councillor, you have more time on your main motion. Other speakers to the main motion as amended. I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, I have a housekeeping issue here related to the bylaw. We did refer the bylaw back for clarification on Councillor Bresciani's amendment. And to bring that back, as it was a referral motion, that would mean that we cannot look at the bylaw tonight then. Is that right? Ms. Howard?
Your Worship, that is correct. So what needs to happen is, because there was some amendments that have to be done, so through the Planning and Development Act, the process going forward will be administration will bring a report forward that deals with Councillor Bresciani's motion, bring a map, and then we need that discussion and decision of council. Once that decision has been made by council, then we will advertise all of the proper amendments through the Planning and Development Act, and then there will be another public hearing, just like tonight, with respect to those amendments.
Thank you.
So it will be quite some time.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay. On a point of order only. On a point of order.
On these bylaws, public notice bylaws, the zoning amendment, licensing.
The licensing amendment agreement, I'm not sure which bylaw that would be.
61,
Ms.
61,
Harlech, which bylaw are we referring to?
Sorry, yes, which bylaw?
It's 19-64. That would be tabled.
Abundance of caution, these were both considered at the planning and priorities meeting. It may be that this one's okay, but let's bring them back. The recommendation would be to bring them back together.
You say, Ben, which ones are you referring to, 64 and which one?
I'm referring to the licensing amendment bylaw 2019-62.
And what about 61?
It's 64? 62 and 64, Mr. Weir, those two?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Could I have a motion to table bylaws 62 and 64? Councillor Young, second by Councillor Brasciani. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Now that relates, Councillor O'Donnell, to the bylaws for tonight. We will continue on. The only other bylaw that remains on the table is 61, which is the sign bylaw.
Yeah. Okay.
So just a moment. We're going to be moving into
wait a minute.
Delegations now for
the 61.
The sign bylaw.
You're right. So it's time to.
No, well, we can continue on right until I suggest that we do that. Continue on delegations until 1:45. We have about 12 minutes. We can still continue on. So I'm going to continue on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we move on to the zoning bylaw. We have a few delegations. Chris Huak. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. With permission of council, I'm Delegate 207. If I can speak in a little bit out of order, and then next is Chris.
No, I just, one moment. I'm looking for Chris Huak, though. Is he not here?
Okay.
Yes, I'll have him come first.
Okay.
He'll be first. Welcome to City Council.
Hi.
If you can identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, councilors, clerk, pardon my throat, I'm a little sick here, but my name is Chris Oak. I represent the sign guys. I'm also one of the members of the Regina Portable Association. I want to address the council with concerns I have regarding the new sign bylaws, as well as concerns of local business and commercial property owners in relation to those proposed bylaws. More specifically, in relation to portable billboards and portable signs. To be clear, a portable billboard advertises a service for a business at a location away from that business. A sign advertises on-site at the business's home location. 3 major changes will happen if the new sign bylaws pass. Number 1, the portable billboards and portable signs are to be grouped together as one entity. So what that means now is all signs, whether it's for your own personal business or for a third-party business, will have the same regulations and will have to abide by the new proposed distances I'll cover in a minute, and thus taking a lot of advertising away from local businesses. Number 2, currently only the portable billboards have to be 30 meters from a permanent billboard. Now with the proposed bylaw I just spoke to, all portable signs will have to be 30 meters from permanent billboards. With that constant amount of new permanent billboards popping up, this takes a lot of portable signs out of commission for small business owners. Number 3, currently portable billboards need to be 45 meters apart from another portable billboard. The new sign bylaw proposes now that the distance be doubled to 90 meters or 295 feet apart. Now, if you take that 90-meter distance, add it to the now 30-meter distance from a permanent billboard for portable signs as well as portable billboards, you make it nearly impossible for a lot of businesses to have a portable sign, as many of Regina's storefront businesses are grouped together in strip malls or share the same property with a lot of those having large permanent billboards on the properties already. These new sign bylaws will take, at a conservative estimate, 15 to 20 signs out of my fleet that are currently in place, not to mention the countless business owners I have to turn away, as there will be no longer permitted to have sign based off of the new bylaw regulations. To put that in perspective, that's $3,000 to $4,000 a month, or $36,000 to $48,000 a year in revenue lost to me, as well as the provincial taxes that I pay on that. Now, I'm obviously upset regarding the changes for my own personal business, but the biggest effect these bylaw changes have will be to small businesses, as we are the affordable advertising route for small business owners. Large permanent billboards are starting at 1,000 plus per month per side. Radio ads are starting at 1,200 per month. We're around 200 to 250. The difference is large. We had over 440 local businesses sign our online petition to stop the new sign bylaws from moving forward in under 6 weeks. I'm sure it would have, had we left it up longer, that number would have continued to grow dramatically. 440 local businesses is something I think we can't ignore. Another big thing I don't think everyone is factoring in is how much revenue the portable sign and portable billboards bring into our city. Our permits cost $44 each. With 530 purchased in 2018, revenue generated was $23,300, and that's a perpetual number. Each year we have to renew, so each year we contribute another $22,000 to $25,000. A larger permanent billboard goes up, has to pay one time, is grandfathered in forever. Another way money is brought in is through taxes. We all pay taxes on our businesses and income or assets earned. The more signs removed means the more taxes brought in go down as well. And lastly, let's not forget how by our local businesses being able to advertise products or promotions or even send a holiday message to the other people of Regina, it grows their businesses and keeps income coming into the stores.
Mr. Howard, you have a minute to go on your presentation.
Thank you. When they may not be another way to do so for them that is economical. The more our local businesses flourish here in Regina, the better our economy will continue to be. To sum it up, these bylaws have been in place for 25 years and have had no backlash or issues. We abide by the laws and bylaws. We pay our dues, our taxes, help local businesses grow, including our own. We don't ask much of our city usually, but we do ask you to reconsider the new bylaw changes, to leave them as they were for the past quarter century, and to allow us and our city's local businesses to keep moving forward and to keep growing together. With the way the economy is today, I'd like to see our city back our local businesses rather than dampen their chances of running a successful company. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Houck, for your presentation. I'll see if there's questions from members of council. There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And next delegation is Dale Strigari. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Fougere and City Councilors. My name is Daryl Strigari, and I am representing the Regina City Portable Sign Association. It's a great honor and privilege to speak before you this evening, to touch on a few things regarding the Regina Portable Sign Association, its concerns, as from my view. Regina Portable Sign Association's plight that city management has put us in with their proposed new bylaws. We, the Regina Portable Sign Association, are made up of Regina residents who have chosen to own their own business. We depend on our businesses to house, clothe, and feed our families. I have never worked for anyone but myself for my entire life. Many of my colleagues are in the same position. Some of these people have employees, as I do. All of us, and I mean small business, make up a major part of our economy. Roughly 80% of all people employed in Canada are employed by people like us. Have you ever heard the phrase, shop in a store with a door, as coined by Rolco Radio? Literally means shop locally. In other words, we are local and we employ people who live in Regina, supply local businesses with portable advertising, and spend our money in Regina. It doesn't look that way to me. These new bylaw regulations are taking away the rights of people to advertise on their own commercial property. Over my 29 years owning my own portable sign rental company, I have seen many businesses flourish and grow using portable sign or portable billboard advertising. We are by far the most affordable and effective form of advertising in the outdoor advertising industry. There are dozens of businesses that have rented a portable sign to promote their new business. Once their business was going great, they canceled their sign. Within a month, I was usually called back to bring the sign back because their business had dropped off. That just goes to show the power of our signs. Under the new rules, many local businesses would not be allowed to advertise on their own property due to new separation distance regulations. Why? Mr. Adam Niesner Jr. has given me proxy to express some of his concerns regarding this matter from a letter he sent to the mayor and city councillors. Mr. Niesner has said that on at least 6 of his properties, 2 will never be able to utilize portable sign advertising, 4 will lose at least 1 sign, and affecting his business and his tenants. These are some examples of how the new sign bylaw will affect the ability of our tenants and my company to promote our businesses using portable billboards and signs on private property. This is nothing less than an attack on mainly small, locally owned businesses. Now I have a brief letter from Magnet Signs, who are not able to be here this evening. Your Worship, councillors, and to whom it may concern. As owners and operators of Magnet Signs Regina, we, David Kerr and Benjamin Sandalak, fully support the position of the Portable Sign Association and its recommendations. Magnet Signs Regina is a locally owned and managed small business that has been operating under the current and or previous bylaws for over 20 years. The majority of our clients are also locally owned small businesses that rely on the portable sign industry as their main advertising option and key to their survival in the marketplace. The concerns and recommendations of the Portable Sign Association are reasonable. They are also integral to the survival of this long-standing industry, its many local employees, and also hundreds of businesses that rely on it.
Mr. Gare, you have 1 minute left in your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your careful consideration on this important matter, David Kerr and Benjamin Sandlak. And my last point, Your Honor, councillors, I hope you do the right thing to vote against the proposed bylaw and make the appropriate corrections to save our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. See if there's questions from members of council. There are. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm not sure if you've ever been here before, have you?
I've been in gallery.
In the gallery, yeah. What's the, in your particular situation, and I'm sure it's across the rest of your friendly competitors, I'll call them, what's your revenue loss that you would see if this new bylaw was to go through?
Revenue loss would be approximately $150 to $200 per sign lost.
Times how many signs? What am I talking about? Say an annual, roughly.
I haven't looked at what the potential for loss is at the moment. Probably 10 to 12, I would estimate.
Signs?
Signs.
Per month?
Per month.
Okay.
So $200, say, for an easy figure at 12 signs is $2,400 a month. Over the year would be 26.8.
Yeah. Okay. Just so roughly on the $30,000 range. Have you seen an incline or a decline in your business over the last couple of years?
Always an incline.
Always an incline.
Always an incline.
Why is that?
We're becoming more popular. Various times of the year, different organizations and sales and whatever advertise, and it just keeps going as the city grows, we grow.
So thank you, through you, if I take your sign for a month and I take a gigantic billboard for a month, or what's the difference in cost?
Depends where you put your sign. If you're going to put it on your location,
it's
going to run you about $200 in tax, and that includes both sides of the sign. If you put it make it become a portable billboard on a third-party location, be roughly around $250 in tax. To my knowledge, a permanent billboard will run you about $1,000 per side.
That's the big one.
That's the big static printed billboard. Now, if you go into the superboard style, which is probably double the size of a regular billboard, the cost probably doubles or more. And then if you get into the digital sign, well, I can't quote exactly, but I've heard around $4,500 a month.
Okay, so that's $3,000 difference by using your sign for a month. Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know.
There are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we have, under our bylaw, required to take a break at 7:45, and that's the closest we're at. So I'd ask that we take a break and be at just before 5 after the hour. 15-minute break, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order again, please. We'll continue on with our delegations for the zoning bylaw. O'Neill Zuck. Welcome to City Council, Mr. Zuck. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
His Worship the Mayor and members of City Council, my name is O'Neill Zuck. I'm the president and owner of WBS Western Business Services Limited, doing business as WBS Portable Signs. I live in Regina. I was born and raised here. I am a small portable sign owner for the last 28 years. I own 30 portable signs. I belong to the Regina Portable Sign Association. Our association meets regularly to discuss issues related to our portable sign industry. For over 25 years, the portable sign industry in Regina has been quite stable in the number of portable signs and compliance with the portable sign regulations under Bylaw 9250. For some reason or reasons, without Portable Sign Association final input recommendations included, amendments under proposed bylaw number 2019-61 have been made that will lead to prohibiting portable signs on some business owners' private property. I humbly ask, just as a comment before I go to I just want to point out that this portable signs are very economical, very cost effective, and they're good value for small businesses and for all businesses. Our signs are used by all business types. There is no kind of only certain types of businesses that use it. Could be institutions, schools, religious groups, everywhere. People looking for jobs. They need jobs, or businesses looking for signs like that. Our portable signs have become a fabric, part of the fabric of our community, a part of the business and the nonprofit community. Portable signs are being, what we feel are being pushed aside in favor of bigger, more expensive billboards. And we just talked about it in the last speaker, that our portable signs cost on average $200 for a double-sided portable sign. And you get into the big billboard, the stationary ones, and you're getting up to $1,000 to $2,000, depending which companies you deal with. And if you go to digital, a 6-second spot, it goes for about $250, a 6-second spot, at least the companies that I talk to. And that's per week. If you wanted one side of a digital billboard, you're looking at $8,000 on that math, just to get one side reserved for yourself. I mean, we're doing 200, this place is 8,000. So, portable signs, they're virtually all locally owned. I don't know of any of the members that are outside of the city. They're actually excellent for developing small business people in our province or in our city. I mean, it's all small business people writing. They know how to run a business from start to finish, as opposed to a branch office of some other company. So I humbly ask the City Council to help our Portable Sign Association get either an amendment to the proposed bylaw 2961 to reflect the portable sign regulations that existed just as before under bylaw 9250, or to approve proposed bylaw 2961 with the final input recommendations as presented or will be presented by the president of Regina Portable Sign Association. Thank you for your attention. Should you have any questions, I'm free to ask.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there are questions. Well, you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Todd Howe. Welcome to City Council, Mr. Howe. Could you identify yourself, who you represent? You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Councilors. My name is Todd Howe, and I'm the owner of Postcard Portables Regina. Early in 2017, I started looking for a business to purchase and to operate. It took several months to find a company that was a fit for my skill set. I went through my due diligence and made sure the business was viable. I had an accounting firm analyze the numbers and everything checked out. On August 1st, 2018, the purchase of the company was complete. I had made a huge investment with the purchase of Postcard Portables Regina. I was very proud to be a local business owner and was looking forward to the future. However, a few months into my ownership of Postcard Portables Regina, I was notified by Doug Hudgen, the president of the Regina Portable Sign Association, of a new proposed sign bylaw. This bylaw has caused undue stress in addition to the day-to-day stress of operating my business. The proposed sign bylaw would have an immediate impact on my business, the viability and the value of my company, as well as existing and future customers. It would also have a huge personal financial impact. The impact on small to large businesses in Regina and their ability to advertise in a cost-effective manner would be severely reduced. I've had many customers convey to me that the rental of my affordable portable signs has increased their sales and grown their businesses. The online petition the Portable Sign Association advertised was supported and signed by some 442 small to large local businesses. Why have we, the Regina Portable Sign Association and its members, as well as these local businesses, not been heard by city managers? The new proposed bylaw would also impact future businesses, as the distance between a portable sign and a permanent billboards has been added as a 30-meter distance regulation. This means some businesses will be unable to put a portable sign on their property. The rationale for the new proposed bylaw changes relating to portable billboards and portable signs was eventually stated by the City of Regina as being visual integrity. Yet, in the last month, I have noticed approximately 5 permanent billboards that have been erected. I would like Council to note that our industry was the only one targeted in the outdoor advertising market. The portable sign industry is the only locally owned provider in the outdoor advertising industry. I would like to thank Mayor Fougere and City Council for the opportunity to speak and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. See if there's questions from members of council at all. There are none. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Douglas Hudgen. Welcome back to City Council. You know the procedure. If you identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, I feel fortunate to be back here for a third time, and season's greetings, since it is that time of year. My name is Doug Hudgen, and I own Classic Portable Sign Rentals, and as the president of the Portable Sign Association, I represent the interests of the other 7 members. I think we're pretty clear on definition. A portable billboard advertises away from business. A portable sign advertises on their own space or their home location. Under the previous bylaw, both portable billboards and portable signs had their own separate identity and regulations. The new bylaw combines the regulations, as you've all heard. Now all portables have to be 30 meters from a billboard instead of just 150 current portable billboards. There are, in addition, 380 approximately based on 2018 permit sales, permits purchased. In 2018, there are 380 portable signs that actually advertise on local businesses on their own property. The distance required to set up a second portable billboard has been doubled from 45 meters to 90 meters. Under the previous bylaw, portable billboards were not part of a lot sign count. Now, if there's any portable already on the lot, a second portable can now only be added at over 90 meters. That distance of 90 meters is exactly the same separation distance required for the large permanent billboards. Zone Forward's original rationale for the proposed changes at the June council meeting was other stakeholders' comments. They would never say which stakeholders. That said, the city does lease about 2/3 of the current billboard locations in Regina, all on municipal property. The total includes permanent billboards on city property and setback, as well as bus bench billboards and bus shelters. By the August 6th council meeting, that rationale for change had changed to visual integrity Our outdoor competitors have stated that our portables have no impact on their permanent billboards, even if they were directly under them. Our request for change for our industry in relation to amendments for the new bylaw are as follows. We are asking that the distance regulations be returned to what they were under bylaw 9250, with the elimination or reduction of the 30-meter distance regulation for portable billboards. That was our position when this process started in January of this year. We do have a compromise amendment request in relation to the new bylaw. The first amendment request is the elimination of the distance regulation from a billboard completely. The second is a reduction for the placing of a second portable sign on a lot from 90 meters to 70 meters. 70 meters is, well, 90 meters is almost 300 feet. So a second one can be put up at, 300 feet. 70 meters is a long way. It's what, 235 feet? This would still cause our industry to remove signs, but sometimes you have to just go along to get along. I mean, it's been a long process, and I think it's a fair compromise. It's acceptable to our membership, or the majority of them, which, we voted on that and thought about that, and of course debated it. Moving ahead, in a statement to the Leader Post published on August 6th article, the city managers were quoted as follows. The new regulations will help ensure that all signs will be displayed in a manner that minimizes negative impact to the aesthetic quality of our streets. That would be visual integrity. Only the portable sign industry was targeted for change by the city managers. The permanent billboard industry has not seen any changes. A template or standard has been set. The city does not know how many billboards were erected previous to the year 2000. They have no idea because they're only permitted once, so they didn't keep records going back that far. What we do know now is there are 76 digital billboards in Regina. I would guess about 200 large billboards in total. Now, as Todd spoke, there 5 new billboards have gone up in the last couple months. 3 of them digital. Only one went up all year previous to September. That one was located at Park Street and Victoria Avenue. Patterson Outdoors provides maps of their offered locations for advertising for various cities. I compared Saskatoon to Regina and found that Regina has more than double the locations for permanent billboards and bus bench billboards.
Just about a minute to go in your presentation.
Okay. There appears to be about 15 digital billboards in total in Saskatoon as compared to the previously mentioned 76 in Regina. Upfront Media does not provide a map on their websites. The new 2019 bylaw has not changed the regulations to erect a new permanent billboard. An application is submitted, and if the 90-meter separation distance is met, as well as other criteria, it is automatically approved. There is also an appeal process if the applicant wishes to deviate from normal standards. We are suggesting a moratorium in relation to any further applications in relation to permanent billboards until their standards are reviewed. I was in Saskatoon and Moose Jaw recently, looked at their bus benches, and their panels, their advertising panels, are 10 square feet. In contrast, advertising space in Regina's benches has grown from an original backrest of 12 square feet to then 17 square feet with the addition of a kick plate on the bottom.
I'm going to have to stop you there. Maybe questions after.
That minute go already?
Yeah, you're actually over, you're just over 5 minutes, sorry.
Okay, sorry about that.
I apologize, I have to keep the rules in place, but there are questions, so you'll have a chance to ask.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure I can expand on that. Sorry, I think I'm getting a bit of a cold too.
Councilor Moore, you have a question.
Yeah, just one question. Mr. Hudgen, can you speak about the kick plate that you were talking about below the bench?
Yeah, originally the backrests were the advertising feature for, advertising panels. They're 6 foot by 2 foot. I don't know, I would say about half a dozen years ago, I started to notice kick plates on the bottom of the bus benches. And they're about 4 square feet, so that increased their space to about 17 square feet. And then recently, just on the Mr. Sub signs, the Mr. Sub bus benches for some reason, they added another 6 inches to the top of the backrest and another foot to the length of the backrest. So now a bus bench billboard is, well, that's what it is. It's a billboard you can sit on, and it's 22 square feet with those, just the Mr. Sub one so far. I think you people should look at just reviewing, their standards for having them out there. The kick plates don't serve any functional use. They're just out there for advertising. There's no doubt about it. And I would think that, the addition of the, 17 square foot backrest, I think we'd be fine with that. But that kick plate, there's 38 bus benches, billboards on Albert Street. There's, I've got numbers from my original submission back in June. And yeah, there's an official total of 254 bus bench billboards in Regina right now. Originally, when it was, the contract was first signed with Pattison and the city, there was 235. So in a year, it jumped to 254. There's been more put up since then, since June, since that number was stated. There's 260 bus shelters in Regina. There's 6 billboards on city setback, which is municipal property. It's and 20 on city private property. So as I said, about 2/3 of the billboard advertising in Regina, the space is being leased from the city of Regina. And that's a concern for us. We don't know if these bus benches are going to get bigger yet. A little longer, longer seats, So we'd like you to review that as well. So, and just, perhaps regulate that to some degree. Also, sightline triangles. I don't think bus shelters should be in sightline triangles. There's one 2 blocks away on 13th and Albert that is literally right completely in a sightline triangle. It's the most dangerous situation in Regina in regard to signage. And it's there because it can be read from 13th Avenue as you go down to Albert Street. So it should be down 15 meters or something.
I'll make sure in our question I ask administration about the contracts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. I know that phone numbers are on the sign for the owners of the sign. Do you ever get complaints from people, the general public, about signage? And what do you do when you do get a complaint?
I've never had a complaint. In relation to our portable billboards and signs? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I've never had a complaint. The only complaint I ever had was one with sort of the integrity of the message on it, and that was about 20 years ago. So, and Mayor Fiacco phoned me and gave me a hard time about it. So, just so you know.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for the short note. I appreciate short
I know I'm a little long-winded.
No, that's
sorry.
okay. That's okay. I want to just do some comparison here.
Sure.
Based on what you've said, there are 76 digital billboards in Regina. First of all, stop there. I'm familiar with some huge ones. Are you also referencing some smaller ones, sides of building and so on that?
That's all of them. All the animated. There was 72. 4 more have been added in the last.
Of various
6
sizes.
months, yeah. Some, yeah. Well, there's a couple that are mega. Like
Right.
they're 500. One on Victoria Avenue.
Yeah.
One on the Louvain.
Yeah.
And their sizes. I mean, they're bigger than their super boards, which are 400 square feet. I actually paced one out and had to guesstimate the height, and I thought it would be a little over 500 square feet. But but you do understand that the one on the Louvain is way out in the field.
Yeah.
The one on Vic is a long way from the traffic flow. So I understand the size of that.
Gotcha.
We do get that.
But you referenced that Saskatoon appears to have many, many less.
Based on the Pattison outdoor maps for their offered sign locations, yes, definitely. If you look at the little flags, they're different colors.
I got you. Could you offer me a reason why there's such a difference?
I don't know. That's why I brought this up. I think 200 billboards in Regina, in my opinion, is enough. And each time one goes up, with the current laws, we'll have to take there's a good chance we'll have to take a sign down. 30 meters on either side, we can't be on either side of them. Gotcha. So it's a concern for our industry moving into the future. And of course, over the years, I've had to take signs down because billboards went up.
Right.
Every one of us here has had to do it. So, and we always go, what makes billboards so special? That we have to be removed. We're local. We're, advertising for local business, and a lot of them are as well, but a lot of them aren't.
So if I go by your numbers of 200 large billboards in total in Regina, can you tell me approximately at any one time how many of your size billboards there would be?
150
any one
portable
time?
billboards.
In total?
In total. Now remember, there's also 380 portable signs on people's property advertising for their specific business. The portable billboards, of course, advertising away from somebody's business, there's 150.
150 plus, what did you say on people's private property?
380.
380.
So for a total of 530.
530.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. So, you talked about the small business. They cannot afford to always or even advertise on the large billboards. It's very expensive. So, have you had any feedback from any of those businesses in the community through the chair?
Oh, absolutely. Some were on the radio, Mr. Greek, and I believe another business, testimonials. We can give you dozens and hundreds of those. I mean, it's just, for example, Brian from the Trades and Skills is here, and I lease property from them on their corner. There's a sign on his corner, Albert and 7th, that advertises the Antique Mall. If you will go talk to those people, they will tell you that within a month of them setting up that sign, and it just basically says Antique Mall, 20,000 square feet of antiques, and an arrow and an address, the business started to flourish. They were in rough shape. It's a big building, 5 stories, 20 antique dealers in it. And yeah, they'll never let go of that sign. It's just, it makes their business. It really does. So, I'm glad we're dwelling on this, but I'd kind of like to dwell on the requested amendments and the compromise.
So, we might get to that.
Oh, really?
Don't worry, hold on.
You guys are making me nervous.
So, do you know in any other city, in your research, what the city has come through to change these changes to this existing, I guess, the concerns that you raised? Is there any other city that has these kind of, what the city's asking, these changes to this bylaw?
You'd have to consult them. I understand that they had consulted half a dozen other centers. Saskatoon was probably the biggest comparison with us. And Saskatoon's laws are similar to what we have now, the old bylaw. The other ones, I'm not so sure. I mean, there are cities in Canada that have banned portable signs 25 years ago because the case wasn't put properly to them. It's just, oh yeah, we don't want those. They can rent a big billboard. Kind of thing. Regina's been pretty liberal, and we do appreciate that. And at this point, we don't want to lose some of our customer base. And I've put up a few signs recently for people, and looked at them and went, we're actually grandfathered till our permits expire next June. But a couple of these businesses, I just told them, after next June, you won't be advertising with me again. You'll either have to, rent a bus bench or get a big billboard, because, that billboard next door to your property is going to eliminate you. As I said, the 45 meters, doubling our distance for portable billboards from 45 to 90 is also quite punitive. It takes away signs from us, and that's why I'm offering that compromise, or suggesting, of 70 meters. At least it gives us some relief, and the distance from a billboard to be either eliminated or reduced.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, you indicated it will affect business. How many sign businesses are in town right now?
How many sign businesses are?
Yeah.
There's 7 in our association, portable sign businesses. And there are 2 that are fairly new, and that they don't have much of a presence, but obviously they're on the map. They have a few signs. So.
And then, so you're indicating through the chair, so that if this goes through, this could eliminate absolutely businesses closing.
Businesses closing? I don't know. I don't know how viable some of them are. I do know that the signs have made some of them, have grown them to where they are.
Sorry, I was talking about the sign, but like the industry, your sign industry. Would it affect their business through the chair? Your business?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, any reduction of signs. I mean, it's like I said, we have to be 30 meters from a permanent billboard right now. If we're a portable billboard, now with all signs, all portables having to be 30 meters, the Adam Meisner, who Darrell spoke for, 2 of his malls will never, 6 business malls will never advertise with a portable sign again. I drove one of the councillors around the other day and just pointed out location after location is going to be affected. One of mine, Golden Mobility, on Winnipeg Street North. They have a billboard right in the middle of the property. They're not advertising on Winnipeg Street again. They can go around the corner to 7th Avenue and face a different traffic flow, but they'll just cancel. I mean, they're not going to, and they depend on that sign. They've got built-in 18,000 vehicles a day, almost 600,000 a month driving by. They want to be able to utilize that tool to grow their business. So.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much for coming
You're
forward.
Councillor Bashani. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Welcome back, Doug. Appreciate it. Owner occupied land, and they want to put a sign there right now. They can do that, right? So you just said about Golden Mobility, those types of places?
Mm-hmm.
But they can't with the new bylaw because they have a digital board.
Because they have a billboard,
On their
digital
parking.
or otherwise, yes.
That's true, okay.
Yeah.
So if that was changed and you were allowed that only if you're advertising on your own property, we'll leave it alone. Is that?
You're talking about an exemption for
Yeah, like
on-site
let's assume
advertisers.
that, I'm trying to get a gauge for where
That would
you're
solve
at.
a lot of the problem, most certainly.
Okay, that's one of them. The other one would be the distance of 30 meters, right?
Well, if you're going to eliminate 30 meters for on-site people, the only thing that would be left is the portable billboards would have to be 30 meters away, and that's the way it is right now.
Right.
So we've always thought that was tough. I mean, like as I've said, we've had billboards go up, but we've had to leave. On the next property, we're leasing land next door, we break our leases, and we have to leave. We'd love to see that distance reduced or eliminated.
So, thanks. Through you, I was just wondering, if you looked at a map, like you said you looked at Patterson's, if you had a map of all of your portables, with all of your 7 of you, where's the biggest density? Which part of the city?
All the major arteries. I mean, wherever there's, major density.
Yeah. Pick 2 spots. Where would they be?
Well, Albert Street would, obviously be
Which end?
more the north, central to north,
Okay.
I would think. Another area, well, wherever there's commercial businesses.
Okay.
I mean, it's just such a viable way to advertise for them that some of them use them seasonally. I looked at Hepting Glass. They got a billboard next door. They rent 3 months, a year from me in the spring.
Yeah.
They're done. Their property is only 30 meters wide, and they got a driveway at the end, so that billboard eliminates them. And there's many, many more. Just go down the street a little further, Prairie Land Rentals.
Right.
They're done.
Okay.
They will never have a portable
So
sign again.
let me ask you another question about this. So,
Sure.
this bylaw has gotten caught within a major bylaw, the zone forward. If we were to approve it just as it is, leave it alone, and then next month have administration look at an amendment to look at the zone bylaw all by itself, because you have till June, would that work for you?
I put in 150 to 200 hours in this
Yeah.
since January. I've dealt with these people extensively. When this first started, the idea was to eliminate half our signs. Not whatever we have now, but half. So I fought all through that, using the billboards as a precedent. Well, how can you do that to us? And you're going to let the billboards be X amount of distance, from a corner. There was all kinds of suggestions that I thought were, at first I couldn't believe some of them. And I'd prefer to have this resolved tonight if possible.
If possible. But
If possible. If the compromise, I think, is fair.
Okay, but if it can't be, would you be willing to have another discussion with the administration on an amendment to look at just the sign bylaw, not the 2,790 pages that are in front of us tonight?
Well, that's all I've ever dealt with them was on the sign bylaw. I haven't dealt with any of the other.
I get that, but my question to you is there's a complete bylaw that needs to be approved and passed, and the sign bylaw is inside that.
Right.
So we would maybe see if we could, through the will of council, take and extract that and do an amendment. Would that be something that you would work with our administration on, if possible?
If I have to.
Okay. I just wanted to throw it out there.
I was hoping this would end tonight.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I
just had to throw it out there.
Here's our compromise, go along to get along. It hurts, but we'll take
got
it just to get it over with.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Doug.
Hi, John.
Councilor O'Donnell asked about the 150 portable and 150 portable and 380 on private property. Are those portables as well? Your portables or your?
That's in total. That's everybody.
That's everybody.
Yeah, 530 permits were bought in 2018. And as I said, I surveyed everybody. We've got about 150 portable billboards and 380 for on-site use for in front of John's business. John's renting it from me in front of his business. The portable billboards, you'll see, what would be a good example for you? Say Winnipeg Street North along the tracks. On one side, those are portable billboards. They're advertising somebody a mile away or multiple miles away. So.
Okay, so Your Worship, I'm going to ask you a quick question.
Sure. I'm here all night.
Was this industry or what's happening? Was the system broken?
No, I thought things were fine. The 45-meter separation, in the previous bylaw, I thought was fine. We had no complaints. We had, stakeholders' comments proved to be unfounded. I thought it was fine, but I do understand how much work has gone into, how would you say, taking the portable billboards and the portable signs and combining them, their identities. And that's why I've brought forward the compromise, because I just couldn't see you people going right back to what it was after all this. So, there was some advantages also to the new bylaw, and that was that they opened up some zones for us. They're quite superficial. Urban holding, institutions, that kind of thing. And, in their mind, that was sort of a trade-off. Okay, we're going to take away X amount of signs, but look, you can put them over here now. Well, they're on the outskirts of the city, and most of these schools and churches, they don't want a portable billboard on their property. So, it was a kind of a hollow, compromise kind of thing in that regard. What else have they done that? That's basically about it. Was adding the zones. That was what we were going to get out of it, and here's what we're going to lose out of it. So it's like, again, it's like trading cows for chickens.
So to Your Worship, I know you say you can compromise from the secondary one from 90 to 70, but the total what you're asking for right now, what you're saying in your business and your associate saying is go back to what it was.
That would be our first desire. Yeah. If not, then the compromise.
Just a question to Your Worship. We talked about aesthetics, billboards all over the place. What's your take on that? You deal with the residents, with the customers, your businesses. What are people telling you about aesthetics?
Well, from a business relationship or a business perspective, they don't affect us much either. It's sort of imaging. To rent a big billboard as compared to us, we're the cost-effective alternative. They're sort of the image, and they're lit up at night, which of course makes them more attractive in that regard. Absolutely. But my take on how many there are is based on business, and when I see one go up or 5 go up, like 2 on Park Street last month and 3 on Vic in the last few months, I just look at it and go, well, there goes 60 meters of property with that one, 60 meters with that one. There's 300 meters of property we can't advertise on again, even if the business is located there. And that's my concern. As for the visual integrity, that's be up to you people to decide if there's enough billboards or you want to do a moratorium and have a look at the situation, count them. It'd be nice to know how many there are actually, as opposed to, what from the year 2000. The administration can provide that information, but before 2000, they don't know how many there were. They just, they didn't keep records because it's 19 years ago. So,
to Your Worship, is a regular Joe citizen out there? What are you hearing from them?
What am I hearing from them? The business owners outrage. A lot of them are, what do you mean I can't advertise with a sign again? They support us wholeheartedly. Some of them went on the radio, some of them, we've done all we can to bring this, clarity to the situation to council and the administration. And, obviously our agendas differ from theirs, but as for the visual integrity, I don't see an issue with us. And as for us being underneath a billboard, part of what Daryl Strigari's presentation was going to be, he was going to hold up this and say, okay, this is a billboard, the smaller ones, 200 square feet, 10 by 20. And here's us, 5 by 10, and try and get across the point that by the time you can read our little billboard underneath their giant one, you can't read this safely. I spoke to the manager of Pattison Outdoors, I think in June or July, we discussed that. At first he said, no, we want them 30 meters. By the end of our conversation, he just basically said, yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter where you put them. He said, they don't affect us. you know, if they're right underneath, that's probably even better, because now we got a billboard here, a portable sign here, and we, you know, it's not sign, 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 it's space, sign, sign, space. So our competitors have no issue with this. Direct West was here in I believe, June, and Jerry Flegel asked him, do the portable signs or billboards affect you if they're right underneath? And the representative just said, no, they have no impact on us whatsoever. So,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Hello.
Thank you for the written things.
Yeah, I thought that might be helpful.
You have brought up two other issues that I just want to ask you about. You are saying that there are new big billboards going up, and that includes the electronic billboards in the city.
3 of the last 5,
And
yes.
so I'm hearing you ask if your signs are going to be restricted, is there any restriction on the number of large billboards that can go up in the city? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, the administration or city manager will have to clarify that, but my understanding after speaking, well, Jordan Reed sent me, I requested the information on that. It's basically you put in an application, if you can afford to put one up, and it's 90 meters from the next billboard, the next large permanent billboard, then
So you're
up they
saying
go.
that if you're going to be restricted, that there should be some restrictions looked at for
Well, I think a
large
standard and
signs and
template,
billboards.
yeah, has been established, and if we're going to be, you know, the small local guys are going to be restricted, then perhaps you should look at the other 2 industries.
And then the other question that I think you raised is about the Pattison contract for benches.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a restricted number on those? And-
No, as a matter of fact, in the contract, they have to add 10 a year.
Okay.
Their contract stipulates they have to add 10 bus benches per year.
So that's something that could be reviewed as well.
Yeah, and they also have to contribute to the length of the contract. I believe it's $600,000 to be used to purchase more bus shelters.
Okay.
Which of course will host advertising, or you know. Okay. So.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'm looking for kind of a level playing field here.
Yeah.
Just. Good. But we'd really like to get our laws set up here.
Good, thank you.
That would be wonderful.
Okay, no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at the report.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for appearing before us. So before we actually get to the bottom, just a comment that we have a lot of reports to get through tonight, and we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock unless we decide otherwise. So let's keep our comments accordingly. We do have some work we must get done tonight, and others we can maybe move to another meeting sometime early in the new year. So with that, I need a motion on report CM 19-16. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much. I rise to put CM 19-16 on the floor. The recommendation is as follows. 1, that the proposed amendment to the Regina sign zoning bylaw 2019 as specified in Appendix A be approved. 2, that sign law number 2019-20 be repealed. And 3, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to authorize the amendments.
A seconder for that, please. Seconder for the report. Wait, Councillor O'Donnell. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just in introducing this, I want to say what we're voting on here. We're not really voting on the content of a new sign bylaw. We did that last August, which is not very long ago. And in the course of doing that, we voted on the regulations, which we've been discussing tonight with respect to large signs and portable signs. That got sent off to the provincial government, the Minister of Government Relations, as it had to be, for final approval. And they didn't object to anything we did except for one thing. They said, rather than having a separate sign bylaw, we would like this to be included in the Regina zoning bylaw. So that's really what's at issue here. We as a council decided a few months back on a certain set of regulations. We got it in the wrong bylaw, according to the provincial government. They said, come back to council and put it in the right bylaw. And that's what we're doing. And I think it's really important to keep that in mind, because we're not re-debating, rehashing this old issue, because as we just said in the last debate that we had, we can't function as a council like that. There are really no new facts on the table. I want to ask the administration just one question, and it's this. what was the rationale behind your original purpose for proposing the regulations that we approved in August?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So when we looked at what was happening across the industry throughout different cities, we saw that there was changes, and we did a very extensive consultation process, and we heard from citizens too that more tight regulations around where signage could be put was something that was wanted. And so we took all of that information and made some proposals. And as the delegates had said, we did work back and forth to make some compromises in terms of meeting those, some of their issues. And we put forth the regulations that were before council, as you indicated, back in August.
So to be clear, the Portable Sign Association was consulted along with residents in the city as a whole when you developed these regulations. Is that right?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct.
Thank you very much. So that's what we approved. We're now back here correcting this technical problem of what bylaw this is to be concluded in, and I'd ask council to get on with that and approve the technical amendment recommendation that's before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mastinelli.
Thank you. I guess through the chair, in regards to what Councillor Hawkins was just speaking of, myself, when I went through this in August, it was tied in with a lot of different ramifications through Zone Forward and everything else. Feel like the same way right now. If we chose to make any amendments to this bylaw tonight, would it have any adverse effects on the city's ability to do its day-to-day affairs? Would it change any other aspects of city business?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship. So what it would mean if there was changes is that we would have to advertise them and would have to bring back those bylaw amendments again to council to a public hearing process. What it's ultimately doing is holding up the new zoning bylaw from coming into effect. That's what would happen if we did that. Currently, we have the existing 9250 in effect, but we would have to, if changes were made, it would hold up the new bylaw.
Okay, because originally that had been my hope, is to get the bulk of the bylaw, not to do with signage through, to be open for amendments, but of course this is affected by timelines. Can we pass this bylaw and ask for administration to come back with a couple of proposed amendments from some of the information tainted tonight, if council agrees to that point of view?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, definitely. That would be actually my recommendation because we do have people that are waiting for the new bylaw to come into effect, the zoning bylaw portion. We would just need direction on what those amendments would be. Council did direct administration to bring a report back after 1 year of these regulations being into effect to give council more information on this. So that is a direction that was given to council, or pardon me, to administration from council back in August also.
Okay, one more question. If we were to pass this bylaw tonight, what type of regulation or enforcement would happen in the meantime? I heard something about being grandfathered till June. How would this work out for this industry?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Any permits that were issued are good until June 30th, so the delegates had indicated that also. So there is time, should council wish to make amendments. Like if it was if everything was passed tonight, but you instructed us to go and bring back potential amendments, their permits would still be valid.
Okay. Okay. I think I'd like to propose a couple of those amendments in that line of thinking, but I don't want to cut anyone else off from speaking. Should I sit down?
You can notice that you want to come back with an amendment. You could do it now. You're in order to do it now.
What's that?
You're in order to do it now if you'd like
I'm in
to.
order, but will that cut anyone else off from speaking or allowing their point of view? No?
Well, they'll speak to your amendment. They have time to speak on the main amendment too. So it's in order for you to do it now if you'd like.
But I guess that's the thing, is I don't really want to make an amendment. I want to get the bylaw through, and I want administration to come back with the amendments. So I'm thinking they need some type of a list to work off of, or some type of a working resource so they know what they're looking at, if that's council's wish.
You could move to take the portion of, I'm not sure you want to word this, but what you're really saying is you want the main bylaw to go forward, but to look at the issue of the sign portion of the bylaw to be reviewed and come back with recommendations before June.
Yeah.
That either could be an amendment or it could be an undertaking either one. And I don't know.
How would administration recommend that?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we would prefer motions on in respect to what we would be bringing back because they are bylaw amendments. So we would need to prepare a report, bring it forward for the debate. So we would need to know what needs to change.
Councilor Messina, you're in order to, you want to move an amendment, you can do that now.
Okay. But once again, if I move the amendment, then we're back to the whole thing, the subject listing for dates, putting out to the public. Am I not changing the bylaw and forcing those dates to fall? No? Okay, then that's what I'm going to do, is I'll move that how you said so. And I'd like it to be with recommendations on the elimination or reduction of the 30-meter distance for portable billboards. The second point would be eliminate the distance regulation for portables from a billboard, and to reduce the distance for a placement of a second portable sign from 9 meters to 70 meters.
We just need to get this written down. But the supposition is that we are passing the bylaw tonight.
Yes, I don't want to hold up the bylaw, but I do want to have these.
That would be your first recommendation would be to approve it as in Appendix A.
Yeah. And one more point
Just
when
one-
they're ready.
Just one sec.
Your Worship, just on a point of order to get an understanding. If this were to pass.
Just one second.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilor Burry.
Thank you, through the chair. If this were to pass in the meantime until those amendments were to come into effect, would there be a halt on any enforcement of the signs until, okay, great, thanks.
It's a moratorium until June.
Yeah.
So what do we have in there?
And
just want to just read that. Is that what you're looking for, Councilor Massinelli?
Yeah.
Okay, and another one?
The last one would be a moratorium on new billboards, recommendations on that. Moratorium on new billboards?
Moratorium on new billboards. Permanent billboards.
Correct.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Harlock, does that, are you following what's happening here?
Worship, yes, I think we understand what, and because what we would be bringing back is a report
Yes.
that would outline what the ramifications and like what this would all mean, and then council would provide us further direction once you have a report with all of the information with respect to this.
But the supposition on this
But
one
we
is that we
yes.
actually are passing the bylaw tonight.
Yes.
In its entirety.
Yes.
With a report that may bring amendments in the future to the bylaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you seconder for that? Councillor Findura, you're a seconder? Jim, what are you doing?
Any comments?
Amendment, and I'm going to ask for other speakers on this. So if you want to speak to it.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
This has been a busy file. There's been a lot clapped together in this. I guess the amendment speaks for itself. I think the delegation spoke quite well in reference to small business in our city and the effects. And I hope for agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speakers, to the amendment. No light is actually blinking here. Yellow lights are blinking here. I think you're up first, Councillor, then I'll you next. Okay, Councillor Findura, you.
Just
Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your
A
Worship.
few minutes on the amendment.
To the amendment. So if we're looking at this amendment, what we're looking for is actually somewhat putting it back to what it was, with the addition of just going from 90 to 70. I'm just going to ask the administration, what's difference in this thing, so we can clearly understand.
Ms. Harlock.
You, Your Worship. So just to be clear, what I'm understanding is that tonight the zoning bylaw would be approved with all the amendments and the sign regulations. That would, based on that. Then we, as administration, will bring a new report forward that talks about the implications of these 4 things back to council for council to have a further discussion with a report before you that talks about each of these things and the implications. Then council will make a further decision, and if amendments to the bylaw need to be made, we'll do it at that time.
Councilor Fedora?
Okay.
Yeah. Councilor Bresciani?
Okay, thank you. So when would that new report come back? Through the chair?
For June, because that's when the Sarlacc?
Through you, Your Worship, because of the deadline in June, it would be Q1.
Q1, yes.
It'd probably be like February or March, because we just have to pull everything together, and then council will make some decisions, and then we would just go through the advertising period, which is a 2-week period, and then come back for a public hearing if
Okay.
there's changes.
So can I just ask, what is the, through the chair, what is the rush to get this through now? Like, why would we not discuss it here, make the amendments, and then take it forward, and then come back? What is the rush to get this zoning bylaw?
Sarlacc?
Through you, Your Worship, as Councillor Hawkins indicated, the zoning bylaw was approved, and the sign bylaw was approved in August. It was because the province asked us to put it together. So by holding the zoning, because now it's all part of the bylaw, it's all part of the zoning bylaw. We have a number of applicants that are waiting for the new zoning bylaw to come into effect for applications, because the new zoning bylaw, what it does is it holds up all of the zoning bylaw, the new zoning bylaw that was approved. And so a lot of people are waiting for the new zoning bylaw to come into effect, and their applications are on hold, waiting for the new zoning bylaw.
Okay, but what is the wait time, though, for, if we just move this through tonight, administration comes back, well, how long does that take? Like, you're thinking, how long, can that be done?
Sarlacc?
Through Your Worship. So February or March, we would bring that report forward. Because all of the applications and the permits that they have existing today are valid until June. So that's why we would have the report before council in February or March. Then council would have the full debate once all of the implications are before you. Then you would direct administration to either keep the bylaw the way it is or to make amendments, and then we would proceed from there. But right now, because the province has told us to tie it, that's the issue, is that it's holding up all of the other good things, like all of the other zoning bylaw issues that applicants are waiting to have in place so that they can proceed with development.
Okay, so I just want to, just so I'm clear, so what you're saying is, if we tonight decided that we want to revert it back to how it was, the sign bylaw was originally, if that's the will of council, then how long does it take, and what would be the process? That's what I'm wondering.
Sorry, I apologize. So what would happen is if you made amendments tonight, we have to go back, we have to advertise all of those, so that would happen. We wouldn't be able to be back before council until the end of January, would be the earliest that we could get back to council with those amendments.
Like through the chair, like next month?
Sarlacc?
Well, that's, yes, depending, because we would need to make sure that we would have all of the full advertising. But I just want to confirm through the solicitor, do we have to do the 4 weeks of advertising or just the 2?
Mr. Solicitor?
I'll have to check on that, Your Worship. I'll have to if we have a moment, just to check the Planning and Development Act. I believe it's 4, but.
I think it is 4, actually. I don't want to slow debate down here or speed up.
I'll just keep going.
But just, you'll get what you want, Councilor Bresciani. The bylaw will be passed, but we'll hold everything related to the sign bylaw until we get a report in the first quarter that will deal with these issues. We will not hold up the rest of the bylaw, which.
I understand that, through the chair. But if it's only a month, that was my question. It's only a month. But if it's going to be an extra 4 weeks, then that might be a little bit different. But I would like to know if the mover would ask, I would also like the sign association to be engaged in the discussion as well in this, so be point number,
I think they have to be, don't they? I mean, that's
Well, I
that's
would-
assumed.
should we add it, or will they be just,
I
will
took
they
that
be
as a given.
engaged in that discussion as
have
for
to
what they want?
I think they have to be. I don't know how we can
I'd
do
ask the
without.
administration through the chair.
Through
Ms.
you,
Hart.
Your Worship, we would definitely have some engagement with the sign industry as we have going forward, and we bring their perspective as was thing, and then any recommendations with respect to the implications.
Okay. Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I certainly don't want to hold up this bylaw going forward. There are a lot of things that hang on it, and it's very important. I'm curious now about a level playing field. That if we say there's a plethora of signs in the city and advertising signs in the city, that to me would also include benches. Now we're going to look at billboards, and I hope that means electronic billboards. Do we have to put including electronic billboards, or is that just part of it? We don't have to do that. Okay, good. So I'm wondering, when is the contract with Pattison? What's the end date on that contract?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I believe we have 3 more years in that contract.
Okay. I think it would be worthwhile to have information about that contract and how many benches there are in the city so that we can see the whole picture. And when we make our decisions from now on, we look at the plethora of signs in the city and where they all come from so that we're looking at all of them and not just one set of signs. So, so number 5, could I, so I'm offering a friendly amendment that we also receive information on the Pattison contract and the number of benches that exist in the city.
Let's get that written down here just 1 second. So friendly amendment to your, okay. Friendly enough?
It's friendly enough?
Do you have that?
So my concern here is that if we're looking at signage and the effect that it has on the city, we need to look at all of it and not just one piece of it. And even though there's a 3-year contract left, we still have that information then that we can go forward with.
Councilor Verdure, you're okay with this friendly amendment? Okay with that? Okay, you seconded, that's why. Councilor Hawkins, you have the floor.
Is that we've passed in August a new set of sign rules. We got them in the wrong bylaw. Province said put them in the right bylaw and we're okay with it. We're here tonight to put them in the right bylaw and pass them. The administration has reminded us that all of this needs to be reviewed in detail in a year. That is by December at the end of this year. In that review, all of these things will be included, plus I would hope the missing party here, which is the public, which are the people that said to us, we've got a problem with sign pollution in this city. My proposal is we get on with what we're here to do. The administration has heard the debate on what their report in a year should include, in addition to a reflection on how well the new regulations are working, and that we take it from there. And there'll be a fulsome debate at that point. But to have this kind of just doesn't fit in with moving ahead with the sign bylaw as it's written. So I would suggest, my preference is that we not go down this road, that we wait for the administration's report after a year. Otherwise, we've got to say something in there about the public, the people that are on the other side of this debate. So I'm opposed to this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Councilor Flagel on the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, on the amendment, I think what happened in the last one with the body rub parlors and all that was that the Pandora's box got opened up. So now we're allowed to talk about this, that, and going forward. So that's why this discussion's taken place. I personally haven't heard any residents say anything about the portable signs. not one. So I'm not sure, and I don't think it came from residents. There was one resident that had a sign in his front window, and I think the sign guys got that looked after. Sign guys with the S's, got that looked after. So that was the biggest one. And then the gentleman was here. So the amendment I agree with. Only thing is that number 3, I mean, if we're going to go back to the old one, then let's just go back to the old one. And I think they need to look at all that and maybe just a friendly amendment in terms of turning it. I mean, let's forget about distances. Let's just go back. I don't think it was broken, so I don't think it needed to be fixed. The one question for the gentleman sitting in the crowd, is it business as usual till the end of June? Or where are we at?
You can't do that. You can't ask questions in the gallery?
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
No, the administration.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm asking the administration. Is it business as usual for the gentleman in the crowd?
Through you, your worship. So the way it would work for now is that the permits that are issued today would be valid until June 30th, but new permits that would be issued would be under the new bylaw.
So if somebody happened to open up a new business in the sign world tomorrow, or whenever this is finalized, they would fall under the new?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Searle, Mr. Searle, is that?
Your worship, the current sign year for portable signs runs to the end of June 30th. So if what we would essentially do is if there are any signs, they would fall within the current rules that we would have until June 30th, which would mean that the sign would be permissible.
Okay. So if business as usual till June is really, that's all I'm trying to get, so that they know exactly where they're at. That was why I asked the question. I'm good with this, because either way, if we approve it and do the zone forward bylaw and then come back in a month and do an amendment, we're still going to get in before the end of June. So, but I'll leave it like this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Mastinelli, do you want to close debate? Or are you okay with this? Okay. All good? Okay. On the amendment, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. What's that? We're back to the main motion as amended. We had 3 speakers so far. Anybody else want to speak to the main motion as amended? Please say no. Please don't press a button. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Everyone. We have a bylaw, report bylaw 1961. Councillor Flagel. The floor is yours.
Thanks. I got dust on this thing from sitting so long that I figured it's time to read it. So, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2019-61 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor?
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Won't elongate this to 1961 is to establish the development permit for signs, et cetera, as described tonight. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to the report that Council just passed, I'd ask that you indicate your interest in doing so. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Move by,
okay, go ahead.
moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2019-61 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2019-61 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2019-61 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Now we'll move on to one more delegation tonight. What's so funny? We'll move on to John Hopkins with the Regina Trades and Skills Center. Mr. Hopkins. Thank you for waiting. You identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I am the past chair of the Regina Trades and Skills Center. With me is the center's executive director, Brian Chenkowski. We are here today to provide some comments on the community nonprofit tax exemption policy organizations not recommended report before you. Back in the early 2000s, we had a problem as a community. We had employment opportunities, but we didn't have people with the skill sets required to take advantage of those opportunities. What we needed was just-in-time training to match supply with demand. Back in those days, we engaged with the Government of Canada, the Province of Saskatchewan, the City of Regina, SciAst, Gabriel Dumont Technical Institute, the Regina Public School Board, the Regina Separate School Board, a number of community organizations and business. Our goal was straightforward: match supply with demand. In order to achieve our goals, we partnered with many of the organizations I've just stated, with the Government of Canada providing wage-based funding through the Province of Saskatchewan, the province providing training dollars, and the City of Regina partnering with the tax exemption. Back then, the city manager was active on our board. On the other side, we partnered with community organizations to help us find the people who wanted training that was directly tied to employment and employers looking for those people. We worked hard over the years and have achieved outstanding results, so much so that we were, and still are, a national model because it works. And it works well. We literally take people with little or no skills and help them find career paths into the trades, human services, and other areas. One of the programs that we offer that we receive zero funding for, other than the tax exemption provided by the City of Regina, is the TASCAP program, where we partner with the school boards to build homes for Habitat for Humanity. This program clearly is targeted to those in need, and we are a proud partner. Another area that we believe was vital from day one and still is Indigenous engagement. Your Worship, we were doing this work well before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, because we believe that it's important to serve our community. Moreover, one of the fundamental objectives of our organization is to ensure that the programs we offer are successful for students and for employers. The last thing we want to do is provide training for the sake of training. Your Worship, in due course, what the Regina Trades and Skills Center will do is look to apply to have the same educational provincial exemption as other training institutions like Sass Polytechnic, the U of R, and others. However, in the meantime, we would like to respectfully request that you consider some options. One, amend the policy to allow for educational nonprofits like RTSC to be approved under current policy. Two, provide an exemption to the center, but not the parking lot component. Or three, phase out the exemption over 3 years to allow for those organizations that don't qualify under the current policy the time to make alternative arrangements. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, John. Given the hour, I'll be really brief. I wasn't here for the Finance Administration Committee. I was unable to attend. Can you walk me through the discussion that was had at that committee?
Go ahead, Brian.
Sure. The Finance Administration Committee took the application from Regina Trades and Skills and said that we were not recommended under Principle 3C, which is supporting communities to create strategies to address hunger and food security through education and training for marginalized communities. I came back and did a report at the Finance Administration meeting to basically put forward points that showed that we did do that with our training numbers of 28% First Nation students, for example, 36% landed immigrant students, and so on. We did address those marginalized communities, and our location of the center itself allowing for walk traffic and so on. So that was the first stage. It was referred because the Principle 3 was not specific enough. So the council to the administration committee said they would like to know specifically why. So that was the specific reason that came back. I had a report again to that council in December to say that some of the same points again, and to offer the compromise that was mentioned previously.
Okay, thank you very much. And I need to get some clarity around the two different portions. You have the building itself and then the parking lot.
Yes.
in front. Can you give me some clarity on which portions are currently tax exempt and which ones are not?
At this present moment, both are tax exempt. Yeah.
But if I can just add,
Right.
we also have other commercial property that we're paying the full freight on in terms of tax. So we own 828 Albert Street, which is where Red Lobster is. We're paying tax on that. In fact, I want to expand upon that and say that, that's a commercial operation that we have as a training center. And what we do is we take the profit that we receive for running that mall and put it into more training. So this is all about providing more and more training for the people of this community, and that's exactly how that works. So we're not asking for a tax exemption on that because we're paying the full freight. We're not even asking for a tax exemption on the parking lot, but on the training institution itself.
Okay, thanks for the clarity. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Donnell?
Gentlemen, if I could just pick up on what you just said, John. So how much are we talking about, please, first? If we separated the parking lot from the building, what would the exemption be in dollars and cents? Do you have any idea?
The parking lot taxes are, I believe, 12,500, and the remainder of
47 or something?
Yeah, well, it's 77, I believe, with the education component. So subtract that off, it would be somewhere around 60.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
And that, sorry.
Just perhaps you repeat that again, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 77,000 in total?
According to the reports that I have, it's 77 in total, and I know that the parking lot is 12.5.
So 12.5
Correct.
From the 77,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what I have anyways.
Okay. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. I need some clarification. So I appreciate what Trades and Skills does. Taking, I think, some young people who kind of trying to navigate their way and can find a trade that they want to learn. But I want to know that, how does this fit in? How would you see this work with other institutions that also train? Like, for example, like beauty schools. So we have beauty schools in town that, like Marvel and Avant-Garde, and they kind of do the same thing. They take sometimes people who, it's kind of an entry level to get their foot in the door. Maybe they come out of school or learning their GED, and it's a nice way if they're interested in that. So do you think that there should be another field, maybe looking at maybe these education to be considered when we're looking at these exemptions, rather than like a one-off here through the chair?
Hopkins?
Thank you for the question. I'll provide some comment and maybe you can add to it. I think some of the schools that you refer to are not nonprofit organizations, so I don't think that would particularly fit in that model. I think that what we're doing as a center, really what we're looking at, and very early days right now, is looking at maybe a provincial exemption so that we would fit into something like SAS Polytechnic or an SIIT or the University of Regina or something like that. That's ideally where we would like to get to. And so primarily what we're concerned about is, that we're a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to providing services within this community.
Yeah, I'll just expand a little bit further. One of the strengths of the Regina Trades and Skills Center is to work with industry demand and to do quick responses to industry where there's opportunities to train and get people employed. Most other training institutions, they're much longer. Our programs last anywhere from 7 to 11 weeks. We can have somebody come in that we're talking to that has identified a need for us. We can work on that very quickly and probably within 4 or 5 months have a course that's offered. Not all other training institutions can do that. And just to address another point that was with the commercial property that we do own, we have not received any increase in funding from the government of Saskatchewan since the 2007 when the Trade Center started. Yet we continue to do more and more programs all the time. And that is one of the reasons that we are allowed to do that, is because we use the money from the commercial property to fund those programs. John has already mentioned the TASCAP program, which is the high school program. That program would no longer exist if we didn't have the commercial property to fund it.
And if I can just add one story about the training center, one that I think that we're very, very proud of, is there's a perception out there that all we provide is entry-level training, and that's it. And that's not true.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
There's a perception out there that all we do is provide entry-level training for low-paying jobs, and that's it. That's not true. So we partnered with the, I can't remember the name of the union. We partnered with the construction union. I can't remember the name of the union. Anyways, we partnered with the union on a scaffolding course. And we put on the course and provided the training. And people got jobs, went out and got their jobs. We have job coaches in place to help people with getting access to these employment opportunities. And months later, a couple individuals came back to the center. And they went to the job coaches and said, well, we've got this problem. The job coaches were, well, what's the problem? They said, well, we got these T4 slips and we don't know what to do with them. I said, well, you have to file taxes. And well, we don't know how to do that. Can you help us? And he was like, okay, we'll help you. Give me your T4 and I'll show you what to do. And so these job coaches opened the T4 slips to help these people, and they made $100,000 that year. So, I mean, any idea that that's all we offer is sort of like minimum wage training for jobs. That's not the case. What we're trying to do is put people on the right career path. And in many, many cases, it's the chicken and the egg. I want to become an electrician, but how do I become an electrician? Because I go to the company and they said I need experience, but I don't have any experience. How do I get the experience? Yep. Well, that's where we come in, and that's what we provide. And it's not only electrical, it's plumbing, and the list kind of goes on. And that's really what this center is really all about, is to try to match supply with demand, and not just for minimum wage jobs. We're not really all that interested in that. We're interested in helping people find their career paths.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair, no, I understood that. These are trades. They're actually paid trades. Trades are in demand. I get that. But there's organizations out there, like, I'll give you an example, Ignite. Many of these young men and women get their GED. I looked on your site for education, and I couldn't find a cost of what it costs. So can you tell me, is GED, is that satisfactory to come? Would that qualify for someone getting into one of the courses?
Correct,
And,
yes.
okay. And then a fee, how are you funded, and what is the cost to the individual attending?
Well,
through the chair.
That's really the magic of the organization is when we set up this organization, we partnered with the Government of Canada through the province of Saskatchewan for wage-based training, which is essentially minimum wage. So people come to the training center, and it's treated like it's almost like we hire you as opposed to you're coming in as a student. So you get minimum wage to get the training, and it's set up so that you actually have to punch a time clock. And so people come in, they punch a time clock. If they don't show up, they don't get paid, and if they don't show up enough, we fire them, and we do fire people. Because at the end of the day, we want everyone to be successful, both the student as well as the employer, so that the people we get through the program are successful. So that's one component of it, is we provide that. The second component of it is that the partnership we have with the province of Saskatchewan that provides the training dollars that we need to run the organization, to pay staff and all of that. So that's another component. Then the third, sorry, I shouldn't move away from the mic. The third component of it is we generate some of our own revenue so that we can provide more training for people there. And that's essentially how the finances work.
Through the chair, but did you say there's a cost to the participant?
No, there's no tuition fee.
No tuition, okay. And just the last question, you said that you don't receive any more funding from the province, through the chair?
We continue to receive funding from the province of Saskatchewan as a great partner. But we have not received any increases. The increases that we've been able to provide in terms of training capacity has come from our ability to offer different courses as well as generate revenue from our commercial operations that we pay full tax on account.
Right.
And when you ask how much a particular course may cost, it depends on that course and the materials that we use, the length of time that it's there, and so on. But they run anywhere from about $35,000 to $65,000 a course.
Okay, and do you have a wait list right now?
Do we have a wait list?
A wait list of people wanting to get into your
We
courses?
do not run with a wait list. We run with what we call the best fit application process. So that means that everybody that applies comes to an information session. That is step 2, a requirement for them to come and hear exactly what the training is about, what the skills that are going to be learned, all the expectations and so on. And then after that, if they're still interested, they sign up for an interview with one of my staff, and we interview everyone who enters and does those first 2 steps and asks for an interview.
Okay.
So that could be, so that the people that are accepted in are notified and they begin their training. The people that are not are notified. They are told that they can call the center. They can talk to any program manager that did their interview, and they can find out where they were deficient in their interview for the next time.
Okay. And did you say that you do connect with Ignite through the chair? Ignite, are you familiar with Ignite, the education kind of learning?
Ignite?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's people.
They're one of our partners that we refer students to.
Oh,
depending upon where the deficiency for the student in regards to getting into our institution.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to go back a little bit in history. In the year 2000, there was nothing like this in the province, and there was no training for people who needed that kind of training. Tell me about the collaboration that went on to make this happen. How many people were involved? How many organizations were involved?
Roughly the time frame was in 2005 or 6. The then Minister of Finance, Andrew, I can't remember Andrew's last name. Thompson, right. He was the minister. Warren McCall was the Minister of Education. We brought representatives from the Government of Canada, from the City of Regina, the Province of Saskatchewan, from different community organizations throughout the city, from SAS, it used to be SIAS then, from Gabriel Dumont Technical Institute. We brought a whole range of people around the table and talked about, so how are we going to do this? And how are we going to how are we going to ensure that whatever we provide meets the needs that are out there in the business community or the economy. And because back then the economy was really starting to heat up, and all of a sudden the labor supply became a real issue for a lot of us, and in fact it became the #1 issue for our chamber, and that's all we did for almost 10 years. It was all about labor force. And so we brought all of these partners together because we recognized that there was a problem, and the city was an important part of that partnership. And at that time, it was part of the agreement was, okay, the tax exemption component of it was really, really important to us, and still is today.
Okay, so you also were bringing women into the trades. Are you still doing that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things we're very, very proud of, is the fact that we are doing women in the trades. We are engaging with Indigenous people. We're engaging with newcomers. We're engaging with the community itself. It's about the community and not just about one segment within the community, but it's about the community, engaging the community.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen, for appearing. I'll be very brief. I have one question. John, you gave 3 options. Option number 2, provide an exemption to the center, but not the parking lot. My understanding from when those of us on the Finance and Administration Committee passed our recommendation, we embodied that in exactly number 2. And I just want to make sure that you agree that's the understanding.
That's definitely the understanding, Brian.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, gentlemen. How many students have you gone through in a year?
We go through about 175 to 200 per year.
Per year, okay. Any age group?
Any age group. We have a focus on 19 to 30. Okay. That is the preference. But again, based on the best fit model, sometimes individuals outside that age are a better fit.
Yeah. Did your program really take off when Cochrane kind of downsized or not?
Not that I am aware of. I think the programs have really taken off at Regina Trades and Skills. We've done a very good job of trying to find niche areas for us to train. For example, personal support assistant and stuff like that, which is outside of the traditional trade area.
I'll tell you exactly where our program started to take off from. And that was, when in the early days, we offered programs that we thought that industry wanted. And then industry came back to us and said, no, we want you to do it this way. If you do it this way for us, then the value of what we're getting from you is going to be greatly enhanced. And so that's what we've done is over the years is engaged more and more with industry to get precisely what they want. So when they walk in the door as an employee, they know exactly what the jargon is, what the tools are. In fact, we try to get the exact same tools to make sure that people that walk in the door are ready to work day one.
I thought you were going to say because when you hired Brian, but sorry. $77,000. I just need to understand this. Is that the total tax bill or is that the city's portion?
That's the whole tax bill as I understand it.
So we're talking half of that to start with, then the parking lot taken off. So we're talking what, 30 grand? Try to get a handle on where you're looking for an exemption if it's only the building portion, and we only do the municipal side, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got $77,000. We got a parking lot for 12.5. So that's 63 roughly. And take about, say, $35,000.
With the utmost respect, I don't have the numbers,
Okay,
and
I'll ask
I
our-
do know that the administration will have those numbers,
Yeah.
and they'll be far more accurate
Okay,
than
no, I
me
just wanted
guessing
to-
or Brian guessing.
Thank you. Just for my own sake, I just wanted to know what 77 was the total bill, not the city's portion. Thanks.
So I have a couple of questions. Is the Building Trades Council is the union you spoke about, is it, Mr. Hopkins? The Building Trades Council? You partnered with it originally. I believe it was.
It could have. I can't remember the exact name. It was like the Carpenters Union, but it had a different name. I can't remember what the name was.
It's under the Building Trades Council.
Yeah.
And you forgot another organization, the Saskatchewan Construction Association was there.
Of course, how could I forget, Your Worship?
How could you forget
You were
that?
actually there then.
Right, that's right.
Yes, that's true.
So what is your preference? You've got options here. Councillor Hawkins mentions. What are you actually looking for? Is it an exemption for both building and parking lot, a phase-in over 3 years? What are you looking for?
Well, the ideal scenario would be for us to fit within the policy, because we do some of the what's talked about in the policy. There's no question about that. That would be the ideal scenario. Failing that, it would be the parking lot scenario, which is option number 2, and option number 3 would be looking at phasing it out over a period of time. I mean, one of the things that we will commit to is to continue to work with the government of Saskatchewan to see if we can't fall under a provincial exemption. That would be the ideal scenario for us, but we don't have that right at this point, and I can't tell you today it's going to be easy for us to get there either, but we're willing to take a look at that.
Good. Thank you very much. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and I'll turn this over to...
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. On behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee, I move the following one, that the property tax exemption requests for the following organizations be denied, and you see the list on the board. 2, that the portion of the property located at 1275 Albert Street that includes the building occupied by the Regina Trades and Skills Center be exempted from property taxes for 2020, subject to the Government of Saskatchewan approving the exemption or partial exemption on the education portion of the property taxes levied where required. 3, that the Executive Director Financial Strategy and Sustainability or his delegate be authorized to apply to the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of property owners for any exemption for education of property taxes payable to the Government of Saskatchewan, etc. And 4, that the City Solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary bylaw, etc. I just want to...
Maybe just get a seconder for that, please.
Oh, sorry.
Seconder for the report. Okay,
I
Councillor
just
Brown.
want to set a bit of context here. This is the first year in which the city has set up and adopted regulations to determine which organizations get exemptions from tax and which not. The reason we did that was because we're worried, we're concerned that property tax exemptions erode the tax base of the city, but also that the yearly examination of the exempt properties was simply not as rigorous as the yearly examination we do when we give out grants. So the idea was fewer exemptions for fewer property tax exemptions, more requests flowing into the grant stream so they could be judged by criteria there. So this came to the Finance and Administration Committee. The city made recommendations, and bear in mind it's the city administration applying the criteria in the first instances, and they set out this list together with the Regina Trades and Skills Center. The Finance Administration Committee had difficulty with this because it couldn't understand how the city was applying the criteria. In other words, we needed reasons for decision. We sent it back to the administration. The administration came back and gave us the reasons for decision. And those reasons involved the interpretation of the criteria in each case. The one case that caused us the most trouble was the Regina Trades and Skills Center. It's such a good organization, but it has to fit within the exemption criteria. And the issue arose around how wide you interpret communities, whether communities includes the community like North Central, or whether it just included the people applying for school. What was decided was that this parking lot just simply, which is a revenue generator, just didn't fit in within the criteria that council had passed to govern tax exemptions. But by giving a broad enough interpretation of the word communities, there was no question in our mind that the building did fit in with the exemption. Hence the result, exempt the building, but can't exempt the property, can't exempt the parking lot under the guidelines. Now, we also recommended, this was to the administration, this was the first year of applying these guidelines. Maybe the guidelines need more precision, and they, they agreed to look at it. I want to say this about educational institutions, in which I've had some experience. If this city started to exempt organizations that gave education, we would face financial revenue shortfall. We simply can't erode our property tax base. The way to handle that problem is to create grant categories into which those organizations might consider applying for their various programs. And as Mr. Hopkins said, it would be wonderful if the provincial government got on board and allowed the same kind of tuition deduction and everything else that applies to other educational institutions. That's the rationale behind this recommendation, and it hinges on respect for the guidelines which we've passed and which the administration has applied.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I do have a question. What is the actual number that we asked? If I could get that number, what did we ask? What are they asking for an exemption? Through the chair?
Through you,
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I will direct that question to Ms. Bryden to break out between the parking lot and the building proper.
Ms. Bryden.
Through you, Your Worship. The total taxes on the Regina Skills and Trades, including the building where the classes are, where instruction takes place, and the parking lot, is $76,519, and the municipal portion of that is $44,250. Of that, $7,062 of the municipal portion, $7,062 is the parking lot. So what they're actually requesting is, what's 44 minus 7? 37,000 municipal portion, and 64,000 approximately total exemption.
Total, but it would be 37,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So when I agree that they do wonderful work. My caution is, do we have any other similar organizations like this that do educational work around this that we could come back and say, hey, they got it, now can we get it? Like, is there any others that we have that could be in the works that could come forward through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, none that have applied, and I'm not sure that we would be aware one way or another of any out there. You wouldn't necessarily have that base of information. And I just ask if Ms. Bryden has anything to add.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. We had no others that applied, but that doesn't mean we just don't know what's out there.
Okay, so if there is another nonprofit educational type thing, they could come forward and they would then too, because this has been given an exemption. The problem I have is we have a policy here, and now it's come that, well, we're kind of trying to tweak it a little bit so we can fit this in. And I guess I have a bit of a concern. We asked administration for a policy, and now we're looking at this and saying, okay, well, maybe this portion will fit in. How many more are going to come forward? I mean, we could be giving tax exemptions. I would feel more comfortable in going with the grant moving forward with the grant rather than looking at this. So I'm not sure what administration feels. I'd like to know how they feel on this, like going to versus a grant to, are we setting ourselves up here, is my question to the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, I'd make a number of comments here. First of all, the recommendation number 2 is only for 1 year. And secondly, the other comment I would make on the question asked on the floor is the recommendation that was initially brought to F&A by administration was we felt that the application by Regina Trades and Skills did not meet the criteria in the policy. It's always council's discretion if it wishes to make adjustments to that policy or provide a broader interpretation of the criteria that currently exists in the policy and provide direction with respect to that broader interpretation.
Okay, thank you. And just the last question. So if we look at some kind of a grant format, is that something that was discussed at committee that would work better in this instance rather than going for a one-off of an exemption and then thinking, well, we don't know if anyone else is going to come forward? We did a huge discussion around this, the grant policy and what we were doing with the exemptions. And I know Mr. Hopkins was involved in those conversations. And I think we know so many organizations out there that do great work. So it's so hard to pit one against another. But I guess, has a grant been talked about? It came up tonight. Is that something that is I don't know, in the works, through the chair?
Through your worship, we all know that there's limited amount of funding in our grant programs. Obviously, if we're going to increase grants, we have to look at increasing our budget. You need to, I think, focus on the fact that the nonprofits that were recommended for denial have always received exemptions in the past. And we've always had that debate on the floor of the council. An exemption does erode revenue from our tax base. But on the other side, if we want to increase grants, as I say, we need to look at an increase through the mill rate. I think it's really important that what's been recommended is that they get the exemption for 2020. This doesn't deal with anything beyond. And to the previous question about, does this open the door for other nonprofit education? Obviously, some of them have exemptions that are mandated from the province. Whoever applies has to go through the process in terms of the policy and satisfying the criteria. So, at this point, I don't know that we need to look at expanding our grant program. I think work through this over the next, in the next round, we'll see just how many more nonprofit organizations look to receive a tax exemption. And that's one of the things when we created the policy, it was always a question, is this going to result in a lot of additional requests now that we have a policy? If you remember, we talked about funding and putting a limit on funding because we only have so much available capacity in terms of exemptions and grants. So I think this is an opportunity for council to continue to recognize the benefit that the Trade and Skills Center provides. And as the delegation has indicated, they're going to try and get an exemption status in the province. That's what they're going to be working on. So I think for now, this is probably the preferred way rather than look at increasing our grant program.
Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. When we looked at Principle 3, when it was laid out for us because it wasn't so clear and we sent it back to clarify, as Councillor Hawkins said, we looked at where does it fit, and it fit under social development and marginalized people. So it was our understanding that it did fit the policy in that respect, just for information.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Pardon me? Well, we have speakers, though. We'll do that as soon as we can. I can't deny people the right to speak. You actually are the last speaker on this one. So I will, unless any other speakers, I'll call the question. Unless Councillor Hawkins, you want to close debate? Okay. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor?
Agreed.
Opposed? Motion's carried. We're going to move into actually a bylaw for Councillor Hawkins or Councillor Flagel to deal with, 19-69.
Thank you. Community Nonprofit Tax Exemption Amendment Bylaw 2019-69, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. That bylaw 2019-69 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. That bylaw 2019-69 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Findura, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2019-69 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor?
Agreed.
Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2019-69 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Public notice related reports and bylaws. Executive Committee. This is the 2020 schedule for City Council meetings. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. This is CR 19-114, Executive Committee 2020 schedule of City Council meetings. Big changes coming forward for all of us. So option 2, meetings beginning at 1:30 p.m. and continuing until conclusion or adjournment, and as outlined in this report, be approved. Now I can go through the whole thing. I'm going to read a couple of them here. Amend the day and time of regular council meetings to the last Wednesday of the month, commencing at 1:30. Change the meeting start time to 1:30. Amend the day and time for submitting delegation presentations, submissions to council meetings to the Thursday afternoon of the week preceding the council or committee meeting. Change the public release of meeting agendas for council and committees for Wednesday afternoons to the Friday afternoons of the week preceding the council or committee meeting. D, remove the mandatory requirement for delegations to submit a brief and instead just require a letter be submitted to the clerk that includes the contact information for the delegation, the date of the meeting in which the delegation wishes to appear, as well as or topic to be discussed, including the specific report it's related to. E, amend the provision dealing with the breaks and adjourn to take account of the new start time for council meetings so that there is a mandatory 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. and a mandatory 30-minute break at 6 p.m. if the meeting has not concluded otherwise approved by council. F, amend the process for establishing regularly scheduled meetings, and G, add the deputy city clerk as position that can call a special meeting where the clerk is absent or unavailable. This being added because of some recent amendments to the Cities Act, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, that's the motion.
That's
Is a
the
seconder
one.
for that, please? Seconder? Councillor Bresciani. Discussion on this report? Let's hope not. Any discussions? Oh boy, here we go. Councillor Fundura.
Just short. I'm not supporting number 2. I voted for number 1, which makes sense to me. Meetings at 1:30, and then I still feel strongly about 5:30 delegation. That's my opinion. I've heard lots about this. I mean, yeah, there's different working environments out there with hours and shift work and all that. But I still feel comfortable with the Wednesdays, 1:30. There's a nice little break at 4:30 till 5:30. Delegations at that. So, number 2 works for me.
So you may get
Number
your
1
way-
doesn't. Number 2 doesn't. Number 1 works. Sorry.
You may get your way if this is defeated. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you. I have concern with number 2D, to remove the mandatory requirement for delegations to submit a brief. I wasn't part of the discussion. I was gone by then. But I do have a bit of a concern. I'll just tell you why. I appreciate when the delegations come forward, but I also appreciate a written submission because it is for public record, but it is also gives us an opportunity and people who cannot attend the meeting to read what the delegation is wanting. So I think it's vitally important to our work on council for sure to get it in writing. Now, I just would like to know, what was the reason for wanting it not there? Or what was the reason, I guess? Because I wasn't part of the discussion.
Mr. Clerk, you can perhaps summarize that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Bresciani. It came up in the discussion, Councillor, because of some of the tight timelines that people have told us about with respect to submitting written submissions. It also came up during the discussion that this is how Saskatoon does it, for example. They do not require written briefs for anything. They handle everything similar to how we do it with committees, where you sign in and appear. All we would ask would be that individual X would write into my office and say, I wish to appear at this meeting. I want to speak on this report number respecting dog parks. It was meant as a way to encourage people to come to council without having to do a lot of undue preparation or worry, or if they felt intimidated by doing it. So it was put out there as an example of a practice that Saskatoon has recently done, but I mean, it's not monolithic across the country. Everybody does it differently.
But in this case, Mr. Clerk, the delegations have to send letters saying, I'd like to speak on what's on the agenda. So we have a list of who's going to speak.
Yes, we know.
Just not a long...
There would be a public record of who wanted to speak. And for those who wished, the language working with the legal department, for those who wished to still submit something in writing to get it in the package, they could do that. But it wasn't a requirement because some people feel that's very intimidating.
Through the chair, so I would say it's called preparation when you come to council. I think it's important that we get it in writing so we have a good idea of what they are wanting, but also for fact. So I would like to have it remain the same, that they have to submit. Do I have to make an amendment then? Or do I, what's the procedure?
You can make an amendment. Yep.
Sure, I'd like to make an amendment that people still have to provide a submission. Sure.
Okay. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Murray. Anybody want to discuss that?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Real quick, because you have a stopwatch on you, 5 minutes, and
3 minutes.
tonight you did it, you because of the stopwatch, you said to the delegate, don't worry about it, we've got it, we read your submission. Well, you won't be able to do that anymore. That's the one big thing I noticed, a big difference of, and it was said there tonight of the delegations, we've got it covered, we got your submission, we've all read it. You're very good about whatever, however you say it. I guess the other part would be then, would you allow flexibility and leniency on your 5-minute stopwatch if a person's trying to finish something? Because how do you know that they're done? 5 minutes is 5 minutes? Okay. Yeah, then I'm good with what Councilor Bresciani is bringing forward.
On the amendment, Councillor Young.
Through you, Your Worship, I am against the amendment. There are people who would come to council and speak, but they don't have the skill set to write a piece, and it keeps people away from council that have strong feelings about things, and therefore I do not support this amendment.
Anybody else on the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment?
In favor.
6. Those opposed?
The amendment carried is 6.
Amendment carries with 6. Yeah. Amendment's carried. Okay. Other speakers to the report as amended? No other speakers. Councillor Bryce?
No, I have no comments on this. We've
I'm
already
going to call the
stated-
question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. So we are now at 10 o'clock. So we have options. We always do. We can continue on with the agenda with a motion to continue on, or we can move that the remaining portions of the agenda be sent back for a future meeting of City Council early in the new year at the call of the clerk to bring it back. Councillor Hawkins.
I move the latter.
You move, okay, so in fact, we do adjourn at 10 o'clock.
We adjourn, yes, sent back as
Have
you
a seconder
outlined.
for that, please? And that would also mean that we're sending the balance of the agenda to a future meeting of City Council. That's your amendment, or your motion. In the seconder? Seconder? Okay. Councillor Stevens?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Councillor Bryce, you moved. Are you voting in favor?
No, I'm opposing, but you haven't called opposition yet.
She's opposed to it. Okay. Okay, so we continue on. We continue on. Okay, so we go to the CR 19-115. This is Finance Administration. The 2020 Alley Maintenance Program, Special Tax Levy Funding Options. Councillor Hawkins?
I move the recommendation.
Okay. Discussion on the recommendation. Actually, need a seconder. Okay. Councillor Murray. Do you have speakers? Councillor Fandura?
Just quickly, Your Worship, through you. Last year I talked about snow removal in the alley. We still just do the front end loader. Have we looked at? Because I had a conversation with citizens saying that all the levied money that's being collected stays in that alley, doesn't go anywhere. So the questions were asked about snow removal, better snow removal in the alley, catch basin repairs, and then most of those alley maintenance, meaning pruning. There's a lot of alleys are overrun with trees and shrubs. How often do we get in? Few of them, some of them we haven't been there for a while. So, question is that part of our? Is that part of the? Well, it's got to be part of the maintenance of the alley.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, that is a part of our regular maintenance for the alleys.
Okay.
All of what you mentioned.
Okay, so it's status quo. We're doing the same thing. And is there any movement on, let's say, a greater type of machine to to remove snow from the alleys instead of front end loader? A lot of the places what I'm hearing for, there are garages where people will come in with a grader and we just cut just a path, and you yourself still have to open up the driveway into the garage and all that. Are we looking at that in the future?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bien to comment.
What? Sorry.
Through your worship. We don't use a grader to clear back alleys just due to the fact with the winter attachments, they typically don't fit down the back alleys with the power poles and communication boxes and everything like that. So we're kind of restricted to using the front end loader for clearing in alleys.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fandura. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You have two bylaws. Councilor Flagel.
This is on bylaw 2019-46. Moved by myself, seconded by Council. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Young, that bylaw 2019 dash.
So just hang on 2 seconds.
Question related to the second bylaw, the procedure amendment bylaw, whether we can go forward with that tonight.
Okay.
To the administration, we just got notice of this just now. Can we do bylaw 71? Does anyone know that? Mr. Clerk?
I have thank you, Your Worship. A question to the solicitor. We have removed Clause D from the approved option 2 that was approved for the procedure bylaws of council meetings. So we're just removing something from the proposed bylaw. With your concurrence, are we able to do that?
Please say yes.
Because it's a public notice bylaw.
Well, Your Worship, if it's simply to remove D, 1D in the bylaw or amend it after first reading, I suppose that's possible, but I don't know if the other, I mean, it's not a long bylaw, but there may be other provisions that are.
Are you giving us an opinion or are you being definitive?
I'm not being definitive. If you want to pass it tonight, Your Worship, I would suggest removing D, and if there's any further amendments that are required to make it consistent throughout, we can do that. But I can't offer an opinion without, looking through the whole thing and determining if some of these other sections in the bylaw are in. It's a legislative drafting issue, so ideally we would defer it to the next meeting to make sure that whatever needs to change as a result of the amendment can be completely cleaned up. But if there is some urgency to doing it tonight, I would recommend that you simply amend it after first reading by removing a motion to remove D, and that will at least get the ball rolling.
I would argue that there is some urgency to it because this does relate to our meetings for next year. So perhaps, Councillor Flake, if you move an amendment to remove D from the bylaw as well in your first reading.
Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2019-46 and bylaw 2019-71 with an amendment to remove 1D be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2019-46 and 2019-71. Do I have to say it again? Say it again? No?
You're good.
Be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2019-46 and 2019-71 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2019-46 and 2019-40 and 71 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Councillor Flagel. Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, the Residential Road Renewal Program 2019 Annual Report. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. I rise to introduce CR 19-119, Residential Road Renewal Program. Our Public Works Infrastructure had a nice discussion. Recommendation from the Public Works is to that the City Council endorses the continuation of the program that administration brought out last year, 2019.
You have a seconder for that, please? Okay. Councillor Massinelli.
Okay, this program really worked well. What happened there is that there was about 8.5 kilometers of roads added to our road renewal, which is a light lift. The approach has worked and balanced expectation of residents with the service requests. So the residents out there are liking what's going on. We're putting light lift on the road. We're not going underground. We're adding maybe 5 to 10 years into some of the roads. We can work on a few others. This will give us a few more years to kind of catch up with some other things. So this is a good program, and we and the committee asking for concurrence to continue for next year with this program.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's Councillor Young. I didn't see your light on there. Okay, Councillor Young.
I just want to say that by 2030, we're going to have to come up with more money for this program if you look at the modeling.
That's for another day.
But I won't be here, so it's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? That's
Agreed.
carried. Information report, Executive Committee. This is Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant Corporation semi-annual report. Someone want to move that? Councillor Flagel, seconder. Councillor O'Donnell, discussion on this report. We had a good discussion at the Executive Committee on this. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have a motion from Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, it's been noted to me that there'd be a little more time would be useful with respect to this motion. Therefore, I move that this be tabled to the June 2020 meeting.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Murray. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Now we have some vital... June.
No, I said June.
June.
So that gives 6 months for further
Yeah.
consideration.
Yep. Finance Administration reports we have related to Councillor Hawkins. These are some reports from Finance Administration. This is the College Avenue Kerr and Bronfman residence.
I move that we adjourn. We just can't do this like this. So I move that we adjourn. This can all wait.
Seconder? Councillor Flagel. All those in favor of adjournment? Those opposed? We will adjourn, and the rest of the reports will go to a future meeting of City Council from the administration. Motion to adjourn. We just did that. Okay, we're fine. We're good. Okay, everyone. I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and all the best of the holiday season. It's been a great year of work for us, and I want to thank the administration for the work they did over the year. Members of council, we did some very good work. Have a great holiday season, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.